All right फ्रेंड्स, सो एक बार फिर से मैं आप लोगों का वेलकम करता हूं आज एमबीए वाला यूट्यूब इंग्लिश चैनल पे। सो फ्रेंड्स, वी आर हियर ऑन द इंग्लिश चैनल ऑफ एमबीए वाला एंड आई गौरव गुप्ता once again welcome all of you in this session wherein we are going to discuss a lot of things as we are very much near to CAT examination. We are just 5 days away from CAT and let's make these 5 days, the remaining 5 days, count. Each and every minute, each and every second count for these last 5 days. So friends, a big welcome to all of you. Hello everyone. Please quickly confirm if I'm clearly visible and audible to each and every one of you so that we can quickly kickstart this session. That is marathon number 5, right? Now, friends, the plan for this marathon is simple, very simple. As you can see, with me, the other two, I call them Maharathis. The other two Maharathis, Vikrant sir and Amit Surana sir, will be joining me after some time, and they will be sharing some of the questions, their knowledge with all of you, so that you will be able to do wonderfully well in these last few days, which are very important as far as the revision is concerned, as far as the implementation of the strategies that you have made is concerned, right? So they will be helping you out in the upcoming minutes. So friends, okay, great. So all clear, absolutely fine. So I would start this session with one very big confusion or a small question that a lot of you have in your mind, right? So students are asking these questions on Instagram, they're asking on YouTube sessions, they are asking on the live application sessions, they are messaging me, right? They are sending me WhatsApp, they're asking these questions on Telegram channel. Very common set of questions which are asked by the students in the last 1 week of the examination preparation. Now, question number one, how many questions are sufficient to get 95 percentile or 99 percentile or any random percentile in each and every section in CAT? So my dear friends, please do not waste your energy on these questions, right? Please do not waste your peace of mind thinking about all these things, because there is no fixed parameter, there is no fixed number of questions that is going to decide your percentile. It totally depends on the level of difficulty. Now, we have been repeating all these things again and again, and I'll repeat the same thing for one last time before CAT for all of you, that please do not waste your energy, your peace of mind in looking at the number, a fixed number of questions that you need to attempt, correctly, that will fetch you a particular percentile. So it will depend on the level of difficulty of that day, right? The second question that students have been asking, sir, we get stuck in LRDI section or we get stuck on any question, be it a quant question, be it a reading comprehension, be it a para jumble, or be it a passage of logical reasoning or data interpretation. We get stuck, we end up wasting 8 to 10 minutes. What to do in that scenario? Now, I would say that don't let that scenario come in your life. Don't let that scenario. All right. Now, there is a moment, there is an instance when you get to know that I'm nowhere in this set, right? And this peculiar time comes after around 3 to 4 minutes of starting a set, right? It will not come in the first minute, it will not come in the second minute. Generally, it comes after 3 to 4 minutes. Now, as soon as you get to understand that you are unable to understand anything, you are stuck in the set, you are nowhere in the set, leave that set immediately, move on to the next set, right? This is the best strategy that you can implement to maximize your number of attempts. In a question of LRDI, in a set of LRDI, this threshold time is 3 to 4 minutes. After 3 to 4 minutes, we can take a decision. Now, this time will reduce to 1 minute in a question of quantitative aptitude. So in a question of quant, if after 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, you feel that you are nowhere in that question, leave that question, jump on to the next question, right? So please try to implement all these things, right? Also one very important thing is I'll be discussing plenty of important things that students have been asking, right? But one very important thing is in LRDI, how many sets we should be solving, or what are the parameters using which I can decide if I have to enter the set or not? Though I have covered all these things in my YouTube sessions, which are already available on YouTube in the recorded format. But one last time I must tell you that to start the LRDI section, to start the first set, the set selection, this is not, I would say, it's not very difficult to get into a set. So what you can do is at the beginning of LRDI section, do not immediately start solving a set as soon as you start the LRDI section, right? So you see the first set, and generally what happens is we start solving that set. Now, whichever set comes in front of us, we don't analyze that set and we start solving that set. What I do is, what a lot of students, I have taught this particular thing to a lot of students, and this is helping them, right? So what you need to do is you need to spend first 3 to 4 minutes in looking at all the sets, right? Find out your strength areas. Let's say your strength area is data interpretation. So why are you starting with a logical reasoning set? Okay, so at the beginning, as soon as LRDI section begins, the right hand side top corner of your screen, there is a button that will enable you to see the entire question paper. So click on that button and you will get to see all the questions of logical reasoning and data interpretation in one go. You just have to scroll down, right? So there is no need to click next, next, next just to look at all the questions. So click on the question paper button and all the questions, all the sets of LRDI will be in front of you. Just scroll up and down and find out the questions of logical reasoning or find out the questions of data interpretation, whatever your strong area is, right? So this is how you can look for the set that you will have to start. So let's assume that my strength is data interpretation. So what I'll do is I'll quickly have a look at the entire question paper. I'll find out where are these sets of data interpretation lying and I'll directly jump to those questions, right? So this is how you can get a good start to your section, right? A good start means a good continuation and a good end to the logical reasoning data interpretation section. All right, chaliye. So friends, that's all abhi ke liye. And now let's start solving these sets that I have taken for all of you. Now, as usual, generally I decide to bring some different sets, the type of sets that we haven't covered in the classes up till now. So our first set is going to be like that. Okay, so let's have a look at this particular set. Now I'll be with you for the next 1 hour, right? And then Vikrant sir will join. Vikrant sir will be with you for the next 1.5 hours. And then after that, Amit Surana sir will be joining. So these sessions from these 3 faculty members are going to be short and crisp, right? And we'll try to make most out of these sessions, right? And we'll try to save your time as well, right? So we'll be taking up 2 sets in today's class. In the first 1 hour, 2 sets, half an hour we'll be spending on each of these sets, which will include the time that I'll give you to look at that set, to read that set, to analyze, and then we'll be solving this particular sets together in this class. All right. So friends, let's begin. One last time before your CAT examination, let's start solving these sets. So on your screen is going to be set number 1. So the data for set number 1 will be on 2 different slides. So first of all, I'll display the first slide and the second slide. And then if you want, I'll merge both the slides on a single screen and will show you the entire data. Okay. All right. So friends, this is the first set. Go through this. Try and solve this one. So this is the first slide and this is going to be the second slide. Let's see. Now I'll merge these two. So the entire data is on a single slide. Okay. So entire data is on a single slide and I believe the font is good. Everything is visible. So yes, we can go ahead and do this one. Yes, this is a PYQ. Yes, definitely. The next question, the second set will not be a PYQ. Okay. This is better. All right. Great. Cheap airlines. Yes. So all of you, I would suggest give some time to this set. Okay. Try and solve it by yourself. Give your 100% to this set. Sia, let's forget about this. Let's solve this set. Which year, kahan se aaya hai? We'll not talk about that. Right? I want all of you to give your efforts in this set. No problem, Akash. I believe you are done having your lunch and your 100% focus is now on this question. No, 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 nothing is enough. If you're asking just by solving the questions of data interpretation, you'll be able to score good percentile in CAT. So if you are depending on only data interpretation, right, then it will be very difficult to score a very good percentile. Okay. So you need to increase your scope, you need to increase your options. Yes, Sia, this is pure logical reasoning, a little bit of calculations, right? Calculations as in you will have to divide the total amount paid, right? The total amount paid, which is 4,600. You will have to divide 4,600 among these 8 friends with the conditions that are given here. So a little bit of calculations will be required, little bit of calculations, little understanding will be required. All right. Royal Villa, if you want to solve the question of Venn diagrams, so tonight at 10 o'clock, I'll be solving one very good set of Venn diagram. One set at 10 o'clock tonight. All right, people, done reading? Fine. So let's analyze this data. Okay. So the first paragraph is the general information that is given for the configuration of seats in an aircraft, right? First, the row numbers, the column numbers, the seat numbers. So they have explained all these things. Now, among the seats, we have some window seats, we have some aisle seats, we have some middle seats. So the entire information about the configuration of the seats in this aircraft are given or is given in the first paragraph, right? So this is the most important thing, the configuration of seats, right? Now people are getting confused, but if you have, see, I would say that in logical reasoning, the difficult part is just to remember all the conditions which are given to us. Okay, so all these conditions are written in front of us, but while we are decoding the information, while we are decoding the data, so each and every generic information should also be there in our mind at all the time we are decoding the information. So this is one, I would say, a difficult thing to do in logical reasoning, which is not there in data interpretation, because in data interpretation we tabulate the data, we have a graph, so the important information is there inside the graph. So that is easy thing about data interpretation. Now people, this is not at all a lengthy set, I would say. The first paragraph, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 7 lines are generic. Just read them once, and this is what happens in a normal aircraft. This is what happens in a normal aircraft. If you look at the configuration of Airbus 320, right, which is a very common aircraft that you see in the Indian skies. So this is a very basic configuration in an aircraft. Okay, chali. So shall we start solving this set, all of you? If you all are ready, shall we start solving this set? So I would not at all, I would not agree with the students who are saying that this was a trap. I would say that this was one of the easiest question. Okay, you just need to spend 5 to 8 minutes. 8 minutes you will be able to decode, you'll be able to find out the seats of all the people. Okay, chaliye. So let's start solving this. So first of all, I'll go through the first paragraph very quickly. So there are 8 friends going to Delhi from Kolkata by a flight operated by Cheap Air. In this flight, the seating is arranged in 30 rows, numbered 1 to 30, each consisting of seats, 6 seats marked A to F. So first row, there are 6 seats, A, B, C, D, E, F. Second row, there are 6 seats, and so on. In each of these 30 rows, there are 6 seats. Okay. Now these 6 seats which are marked with letters A to F from left to right respectively. Now seats A to C are to the left of the aisle. Aisle is the passage from where the passengers can go. So if I'm standing in the passage is like this. Row number 1, seats are A, B, C, D, E, F. This is what they are saying. A, B, C, D, E, F. Done? Okay. Where A and F, the two extreme seats, are window seats, right? Then the passage immediately adjacent to the passage, C and D, alphabet C and D, are called aisle seats, and the remaining 2 seats, that is B and E, alphabet B and E, will be the middle seats. This is what they have explained everywhere, like in the first paragraph, right? So are you all able to understand what they have given in the first paragraph? Give me a yes if you are able to understand. Come on. Perfect. Lot of yeses. Nice. So this is a generic information. Next, they are saying that, which is a very common thing that happens in airlines. So after booking the seats, what they do is they will charge you some extra money for your seats preference, right? So if you are tall, so the seats having more leg spaces, right? You will have to pay extra for them. Okay. So this is what has been explained in the second paragraph, the extra charges. Okay. And then some particular information using which we'll be able to identify who is sitting in which row and which seat. All right. So I'll copy this information. On the analysis screen. So at the bottom, this is the analysis screen. Okay. So let's talk about, first of all, how much extra do I have to pay for any of these seats as defined in the second paragraph. So let's talk about that and we'll note it down. So cheap air charges 1000 extra for any of the seats in row 1, 12 and 13 as those have extra leg room. So row number 1, row number 11 and row number 1, row number 12 and row number 13. For all the 6 seats of row number 1, 12 and 13, you will have to pay 1000 rupees extra, right? Next, for row 2 to 10, for row number 2 to 10, it charges 300 extra for window seats and 500 extra for aisle seats, right? Now, I'm writing one thing कि भाई window seat जो है, window seat will be seat A and F, alphabet A and F, and aisle seat is alphabet C and D. Okay. Now, other than this, we have 2 middle seats which are B and E, right? So window seats are A and F, and aisle seats are C and D in every row. So row number 1, 12 and 13, you will have to pay 1000 rupees extra. Then row number 2 to 10, 300 rupees extra for window seat and 500 rupees extra for aisle seats. Done? Finish. Then for row number 11 and 14 to 20, they will charge 200 extra for window seat and 400 extra for aisle seat. That's it. Now for any other seat, no extra charges will be taken, right? So let's quickly write this information here. So row number 1, 1000 rupees will be charged extra, right? Now row number 2 to 10, if you are on a window seat, that means A or F के लिए, you will be charged 300 rupees extra. And for aisle seat, that means C and D के लिए, you will be charged 500 extra, right? This is for up till 10 row. Okay. Now for row number 11, row number 14 to 20. So 11 is bifurcation, 12 is bifurcation, 13 is bifurcation, and then 14 se leke 20. Now for row number 12 and 13, you will be charged 1000 extra irrespective of the alphabet of the seat, irrespective of your seat, you will be charged 1000 rupees extra. Now for row number 11 and 14 to 20, 200 for window seat and 400 for aisle seat. So once again here, A and F ke liye, you will be charged 200, right? And C and D ke liye, you will be charged 400 rupees extra. And same thing will happen here. So for AF, you will be charged 200. For CD, you will be charged 400. So this is the common piece of information that is given in the second paragraph, right? So for row number 1, 12 and 13, 1000 rupees extra. 2 to 10, A to F, 300 and C and D, 500 rupees extra. Then for 11, 14 and 20, window seat 200 extra and aisle seat 400 extra. And nothing for the middle seats in these row, this row and these rows. And after 20, starting from 21 up till 30, nothing extra will be charged. All right. Okay. Now 1K, why 14 to 20? Now 14 to 20, not 1K, right? 12 and 13, it is 1K. For 14 to 20, seats A and F, you will be charged 200 rupees extra. C and D, you'll be charged 400 rupees extra. Done. So this is the information that is given in the next 3 lines. Now let's start reading starting from point number 1. Okay. Now important information. The 8 friends were seated in 6 different rows. So these 8 friends will be seated in 6 rows. That means in any of the rows, it may be possible that multiple number of people may be seated. Okay. So they will have to sit in 6 different rows, 8 people. They occupied 3 window seats, 4 aisle seats and 1 middle seat. Perfect. So 3 window, 4 aisle and 1 middle. Again, generic information. I cannot start doing anything from here. Now, 7 of them had to pay extra amounts totaling to 4,600. This is from where we'll be starting the question, right? Now, 7 of them will have to pay an extra of a total of 4,600 for their choices of the seats. One of them did not pay any additional amount for his or her seat. So that means 4,600 extra money is paid by a total of 7 people. Now you will have to work on this number 4,600. Tell me minimum how many of these friends will pay 1,000 rupees. Can I say that out of these 7, none of them paid 1,000 rupees? क्या ऐसा बोल सकते हैं? Yes or no? Now we'll find out how many of them will pay 1,000 rupees for their seats, right? So let's start working on this. Now the extra money that is being paid, what are the values? 1,000, then after that it is 500, 400, 300 and 200. So 1,000, 500, 400, 300 and 200. These are the 5 amounts. These are the 5 amounts that these people have paid. Okay. So if I want to make the sum of 4,600 using 7 numbers, right? Okay. And if I'll not use 1,000, agar main 1,000 use nahi karta, if I'll not use 1,000, then can I make 4,600 using the maximum amount of 500? So 500 into 7, maximum it will be 3,500. So I cannot make without using 1,000. So I'll have to use 1,000 at least once, right? So let's say one of these friends will pay 1,000. Then remaining out of 4,600, what is the remaining money? 3,600, right? Now tell me the remaining 6 people, all of you just tell me yes or no. Remaining 6 people, can they pay a total of 3,600 without any one of them paying 1,000 rupees? Yes or no? I'll repeat. Remaining 6 friends, a total of 3,600 without paying 1,000 rupees. So remaining 6 people, 6 multiplied by 500, maximum sum will be 3,000, but I need 3,600. So once again, somebody has to pay 1,000 rupees. It cannot be done. So now 2 people have definitely paid 1,000. Now the remaining amount is 2,600. And how many people are left? 5 people are left. Now 5 people, can they pay 2,600 amount of money without paying 1,000? Once again, no. Because 5 multiplied by 500 will be maximum of 2,500. But I have 2,600 here. So a third person once again will have to pay 1,000 rupees. A third person, right? Now, after this, remaining is 1,600 and we are 4 people left. Okay. So now 4 people left. It can be divided in multiple ways. Now 1,600, it can be written as 1,000 plus 200 plus 200 plus 200. Okay. So 3 people have paid 1,000 rupees. This is fixed. Now remaining 4 people will pay a total of 1,600. This is one of the ways. Another way can be 500 plus 500 plus 300 plus 300. Another way can be 500 plus 500 plus 400 plus 200. Another way can be 400, 400, 400, 400. There are now multiple ways. So now there is no use of working on this remaining amount of money. Right? So minimum 3 of the passengers will pay 1,000 rupees. Remaining after that, 4 remaining people, I don't know how much they will pay. That will depend on the further conditions. Okay. So till now, what all I know, these 8 friends have used 6 different rows. Okay. They occupied 3 window seats, 4 aisle seats and 1 middle seat. Right. And then third point, using third point, I can find out that at least 3 of them have paid 1,000 rupees. Done. At least 3 of them have paid 1,000 rupees. Yes, 500, 500, 400, 200. I have already written this. Okay. Now let's move on to the fourth point. Now fourth point is very crucial now. J, A, and B were sitting in the seats marked by the same letters in consecutive rows in increasing order of the row numbers. So these three people are sitting on the seats which are marked by the same letters in three consecutive rows in increasing order, right? Okay, so they will be seated on 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, and so on, three consecutive seats which are marked by the same letters. That means they are sitting right back to back each other, back to back of each other. Also, all of them paid different amount for their choices of seat. One of these amounts may be zero, not necessarily zero, but it may be zero. These three people paid different amounts of their seats, right? So please tell me, all of you tell me, on which three rows these three people will be sitting. Come on. Absolutely. Wonderful. Wonderful. Now they cannot be seated in row 1, 2, 3 because 1 and 2 different amount of money is charged, but for 2 and 3 same amount of money is charged. They cannot be from 2 to 10, right? So 1, 2, 3, 1 cannot be included. Then they cannot be on 2 से लेके 10 तक because from 2 to 10 equal amount of money is charged. Now the next, so you will have to find out three rows in which the charges are different. They are lying in three different categories. So it is row number 10, which is falling in this category. Row number 11 has a different category. Row number 12 has a different category, right? So 10, 11, 12, this is one of the possibilities of the rows in which they can be seated. Okay. Now after that, if I look at 11, 12, 13, so 11 is different, but 12 and 13 are same. Cannot be possible. 12, 13, 14 cannot be possible because 12 and 13 are same. 13, 14, 15 also cannot be possible because 14 and 15 will come in the same category. And after that, nothing is possible. So that means these three people are seated in row number 10, 11, and 12, right? So in row number 10, Jayanta is seated, then Ajit is seated here, and then Bomkesh is seated, right? Alphabet right now, I don't know. I have no information about the alphabet, right? But the three alphabets will be same. Either all three of them will be seated on A or B or C or D, E, F. But all three of them will be seated on the seats having same alphabets. All right? Perfect. Now, out of these, I can say that whosoever is seated in row number 12 will be paying 1000 rupees. So this is done. 1000 rupees is done. Row number 11 and row number 10. Since they have paid something, both of them cannot pay zero because all three of them have paid different money. So that means the people who are seated in row number 10 and 11, they have paid some money. So that means either all the three seats will be window seats or all the three seats will be aisle seats. They cannot be the middle seats because if these are middle seats, then the person who is seated in row number 11 and row number 10 will end up paying zero amount. But two of them cannot pay zero because all three of them have paid different amounts, right? So these three are not seated in the middle rows, middle seats, okay? They will be either, all of them will be seated either on window or on the aisle seats. Done? Perfect. Now let's move on and look at the next point. Point number 5. Gargi was sitting next to Kikira and Manik was sitting next to Jayanta. Jayanta, same row Manik is seated. So Manik is seated next to Jayanta. So if Jayanta is seated on window seat, tell me, if Jayanta is seated on window seat, then on which seat Manik will be seated? They are saying that Manik was sitting next to Jayanta. Manik was seated next to Jayanta. So if Jayanta is seated on window seat, then on which seat Manik will be seated? Absolutely. अगर ये window पे बैठा है तो ये middle पे बैठेगा. That means this person, if is seated on middle seat will not pay anything, right? Fine. Also tell me, if I'm telling you that both of them paid some money, that means they will be seated on which alphabets? They will be seated on which seats? A, B, B, C, C, D, D, E or E, F? Come on. I'm saying that row number 10, if both Jayanta and Manik paid some money for their seats, then which two seats they will be seated? They will be seated on C and D, right? So the alphabets are A, B, C, D, E, F. The money is charged for A, C, D and F. So for which two consecutive seats money is charged? For C and D only. So that means if both Jayanta and Manik end up paying some money for their seats, they will be seated on seats number C and D in the same row. All right. So we have this much of understanding. Okay, perfect. Now let's move on towards the next piece of information. Okay. Now Gargi is sitting next to Kikira. So Gargi and Kikira are seated in the same row. Perfect. And they are sitting next to each other. Right? Now, ऐसा भी हो सकता है, it may be possible that one among Gargi and Kikira has not paid anything, because out of 8, 7 has paid and only 1 has not paid. Now, how many rows we have up till now? 1 row for this, 1 row for this, 1 row for this, and 1 row for these two people. So till now, 4 rows have been utilized. And now I need 2 more rows for 2 more people, which will be given in point number 6. Now, point number 6 says, Pradosh and Tapesh were seated seats marked by the same letters in consecutive rows, increasing order of row numbers. Exactly whatever was given in point number 4 is given in point number 6. So now tell me, Pradosh and Tapesh are seated on which seats? Come on. Which rows are they seated? The last two people, Pradosh and Tapesh. Now, one thing is clear, that they cannot be seated on any of these rows, because we need to utilize 6 different rows. 1, 2, 3. 3 rows are utilized here. 1 row will be utilized for Gargi and Kikira, right? So that means Pradosh and Tapesh cannot use the same rows which are already used. So they will have to use 2 different rows now. All right. So Pradosh and Tapesh, they can use either row number 1 and row number 2. So row number 1 and row number 2, they can use either these 2 rows, or they can use row number 13 and 14, row number 13 and 14, all right, or they can use row number 20 and 21, right? Because we know that at least one of them has definitely paid money, right? Both of them can also pay money, but we know that at least one of them has definitely paid money. All right, fine up till this part. Okay, now let's talk about these 1,000. So 1,000 is already gone. 1,000 is already gone. I need 2 more thousands, minimum 2 more thousands. Now who can be like row number 10, row number 11, and these 3 people cannot pay 1,000 rupees, right? These 3 people cannot pay 1,000 rupees, right? Now I need 2 more people who will pay 1,000 rupees. Now can these 2, Pradosh and Tapesh, can both of them pay 1,000 rupees? Yes or no? Can both Pradosh and Tapesh pay 1,000 rupees, yes or no? I can say that exactly one of them will pay 1,000 if anybody is paying 1,000 rupees. In this scenario or in this scenario, exactly one of them can pay 1,000 rupees. Now, from where I'll get the third person who is paying 1,000 rupees, because the remaining two people, Gargi and Kikira are seated in the same row. So either both of them will be paying 1,000 rupees or none of them will be paying 1,000 rupees, right? So Gargi and Kikira are seated in the same row. So either both Gargi and Kikira will pay 1,000 or none of them will pay 1,000 rupees, right? So I can say that here the last two people, Pradosh and Tapesh, cannot pay 1,000 rupees, all right? And hence Gargi and Kikira, both of them will pay 1,000 rupees. This is the only scenario that we have, right? So now let's finish off with this question. Let's finish it up quickly. So now we get to know that Pradosh and Tapesh are seated in row number 20 and 21. Okay, Pradosh and Tapesh, none of them will pay 1,000 because both Gargi and Kikira will pay 1,000 rupees, right? Now, in which row Gargi and Kikira will be seated? So, since Bomkesh is seated in row number 12, so these two people, either both of them will be seated in row number 1 or they will be seated in row number 13. So, either row number 1 or row number 13, Gargi and Kikira will be seated. So, they will be paying 1,000 plus 1,000 definitely, right? So now 1,000 and 1,000, these are done. So row number 12, row number 13, let's assume that they both are seated in row number 13. So 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 3,000 is done. Now Tapesh is the one who is not paying anything because he's seated in row number 21. That means both Jayant and Manik will have to pay some money. Now, since both Jayant and Manik, who are seated in row number 10, will be paying some money, and we have already discussed that, so they will be seated on seats C and D. All right. So Jayant and Manik, since they are seated in row number 10 and they are seated on aisle seats, they will be paying 500 rupees each. Okay. So अब केस कौन सा बन रहा है यहाँ पे? 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 500, 500. All right. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 500, 500. So they both are seated on C and D. So let's say Jayant, Ajit and Bomkesh are seated on 10C, 11C and 12C. So how much money Ajit will be paying? For 11C, Ajit will be paying 400 rupees. And hence Pradosh will have to pay 200 rupees for his seat. And Pradosh, if paying 200 rupees, that means this person will be seated on window seat. So that means window seat either A or F. So there were three people who were seated on window seats. So these two people are seated on window seats. So let me write W for window in front of them. So this person is seated on window. This person is seated on window. None of these four are seated on window, right? Now I need total three people who are seated on window. So 1, 2, none of these. So one out of these two will be seated on window seat, Gargi and Kikiri, and another one will be seated on middle seat, right? And these four people are seated on aisle seats. I need four people to be seated on aisle seats, and the question is done. Okay. So now let's look at the questions quickly. Jaldi se questions ko finish karte hain, and then we'll move on to the second set. So in which row was Manik seating? So Manik kaun si row mein baitha hua tha? Manik, this person is seated in row number 10. So answer will be 10 for this question. So option A, 10 is the correct answer. Okay. Now second question. How much extra did Jayanta pay for his choice of seat. How much extra did Jayanta pay? So how much extra did Jayanta pay? Jayanta paid a total of 500 rupees for his extra seat. Okay. So answer here will be option C, that is 500. Perfect. Next, how much extra did Gargi pay for her choice of seat? Gargi ने कितना extra pay किया है? How much did extra Gargi paid? So Gargi is seated here and she has paid 1000 rupees for her seat. Okay. So Gargi has paid 1000 rupees. And finally, who among the following did not pay any extra amount? Who has not paid anything extra? So that person is at the bottom here. Tapesh, who is seated in row number 21, has not paid anything extra, right? So Tapesh, option D is the correct answer for this question. All right. So now first set is over for the day. Okay. So now let's move on to the next set. Now next set, I would say it is comparatively easier, not from any of the PYQs. So yes, it was a great set, indeed, great set. Okay. Some of you are saying easy tha, not so cheap airlines. You never know how much they were charging for their reservation of the seats. So this is the extra money that you'll have to pay. Possibly it might be charging very less amount of money for the basic reservation. Okay. Yes, Sham Maurya, I also have a pilot's license. ठीक है, चलो, let's not discuss that. We'll discuss it some other day. Today, the day is important for all of you. So we'll be discussing things which are helpful for all of you. So set number 2, this is the complete piece of information for set number 2. Followed by some questions, 5 questions. Okay. So there will be 5 questions. Achal, I'll not be able to repeat all the calculations, right, for the next, for the previous set. So I would advise you, the set will be available, the session will be available in the recorded format on the YouTube. So you can later on watch the recording of this session. Okay. Yes, Suraj. Surya, this is the part of ASCAT. Yes, you remember it correctly. Okay, one of the students is saying 1000, 200, 200, 200 wala case ho sakta hai. So I'll clarify. Since 10, 11, 12, they were seated in these three, 10, 11, 12, right? So in row number 12, it was 1000. So from where you will get 3 people who have paid 200 rupees. You will not be able to get these 3 people. One of them may be seated in row number 11, but you will not have that 200 for row number 10 and hence nobody will be there. Okay. So that's why the case was rejected. This is not typical games and tournaments. This is just scheduling. Okay. So this row is a basic scheduling type of set. Atharv, this is basic scheduling type of set. I'll not call it a typical set of games and tournaments. By the look of it, you might think that this is a set of games and tournaments, but this is not. This is just a scheduling, distribution, scheduling with some parameters. Yes, Atharv, a bit of calculation, but doable, the previous one. Yes, Abhiraj, I'll definitely show you the questions. So question number one, the result of how many matches can be uniquely determined? Which team played against New Zealand on Friday evening? The match between Australia and USA was held on which day? What was the result of the match between USA and Brazil? On which day did Brazil play its first evening match? All right, good. Good, good, good. Royal Villa, total two sets. One set has already been done. This is the second set. After this set, Vikrant sir will come and will join you. Okay. All right, people. So let's get into the discussion of this set. Okay. Now, the questions are very simple. Once you are able to make this scheduling, like once you are able to schedule all the matches, on whatever number of days are given, you will be thorough with this. So first of all, using just first line and the conditions which are given here, can you tell me what is the total number of matches which are played? What is the total number of matches? Come on, total number of matches. So there are two ways to identify the number of matches. One way is the matches are happening over the 6 days, Monday to Saturday, and one match in the morning and one match in the evening. So 6 days, there are two slots, 6 into 2, these are 12 matches. No, not 66 matches. What are you doing, man? Okay, so it is clearly mentioned 6 days. On each day, one morning match and one evening match. So 6 multiplied by 2, that is 12 matches. Also, how these matches are being played. So from North America, there are 2 teams. From South America, there are 2 teams. From Oceania, there are 2 teams, right? Okay. Now, a team will not play a match with the team in its own continent. So North American team will not play with the North American team, right? So for instance, if I'll consider USA, USA will not play the match with Mexico, but USA will play one match with each of the other 4 teams which are on the other continents, right? So USA will not play a match with Mexico. USA will play one match with Brazil, one match with Chile, one match with Australia, one match with New Zealand. So the USA will play 4 matches. So likewise, every team will play 4 matches, right? So there are 6 teams. Every team will play 4 matches. There will be 24 matches. But as we have learned in games and tournaments, if we are calculating the number of matches using this method, then duplications are being made. USA has played with Brazil. Then Brazil को जब मैंने कंसिडर किया तो ब्राजील का मैच यूएसए के साथ भी हो गया, तो duplications हैं. So I'll have to divide this by 2 and once again I'll get the same number, that is 12. All right. So there will be 6 matches in the morning, 6 matches in the evening on each of these 6 days. So there are a total of 12 matches. So we have calculated 12 matches using both the manners. All right. So total number of matches 12. Done. Now, what is happening here is the top 2 teams qualified for the Continental Club Finals. In case of a tie for the top 2 teams, the top teams to qualify were decided by a tiebreaker round. First point, simple. 2 matches were played every day over the 6 days, Monday to Saturday. So table is clear. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and daily 2 matches. One is morning match, one is evening match, right? So we are clear with the configuration of the table. The teams playing evening match did not play the next day. Now this is a generic information that will help you in the entire question. Any team which will play an evening match will not play any match the next day, the next entire day. Okay? Each team played 4 matches that we know. One match against each team except the teams from the same continent. We have already discussed this. Fifth point, every team played exactly 2 morning matches and 2 evening matches. So out of the 4 matches that any team is playing, 2 morning and 2 evening matches will be played. No team played 2 matches on the same day. So no team will play both morning and evening match on the same day, right? So any team can play only 1 match on any day. Done. So no team plays 2 matches on the same day, right? And then these 5 pieces of information again are given. So I'll first of all quickly draw a blank table, right? So on your screen, you can see the blank table. Day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, morning match and evening match. Okay. Now generic information is already known from here, out of which important information are point number 3. The teams playing evening match did not play the next day. Okay. Every team played exactly 2 morning matches, exactly 2 evening matches, point number 5. And point number 6. No team played 2 matches on the same day. So these are 3 generic points that we'll have to keep in our mind at every time, Okay. Now, we know that North American teams, USA and Mexico, will not play with each other. Okay. So they will play with the other 4 teams and so on with the other continents as well. Now let's start reading these 5 points which are at the bottom of the screen. All teams except Mexico played their morning matches on consecutive days. How many teams are there? 6 teams, right? And except Mexico, all the other teams played their morning matches on consecutive days. So one team will play their morning matches on Monday, Tuesday. One team will play on Tuesday, Wednesday. One team will play on Wednesday, Thursday. One team will play on Thursday, Friday. And one team will play on Friday, Saturday. So likewise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we will be able to accommodate 5 teams. And the 6th team is Mexico. So can you tell me, Mexico will play their morning match on which 2 days? Mexico will play their morning match on which 2 days? Absolutely. So Mexico will play. So I'm saying that one team who is playing on consecutive days will play on Monday, Tuesday, right? Let's say I'll call this team as A. Okay. Then second team B will play on Tuesday, Wednesday. So B will play on Tuesday, Wednesday. C will play on Wednesday, Thursday. D will play on Thursday, Friday. E will play on Friday and Saturday. Now the only leftover slots are for Monday and Saturday. That's it. ठीक है? तो 5 teams will be accommodated like this, the way I have written A, B, C, D, E. Okay, so only one team who is not playing the morning matches on consecutive days is Mexico, as per the first point. So Mexico will be the team who will be playing only on Monday and Saturday, their morning matches. All right, great. So Mexico and Mexico. Now also, whenever I'll be writing any match, I'll circle the team who will be the winner of that match. Okay. So all the teams except Mexico played their morning matches on consecutive days. So Mexico did not play morning matches on consecutive days. All right, fine. Now, next, Australia won all their matches. So Australia played 4 matches, will win all of them. Chile lost all their matches. That means Chile will lose all its 4 matches. Perfect. Point number C. New Zealand won their match on Friday evening. So that means New Zealand played on Friday evening and won this match. So I'll circle this team. So New Zealand won their match on Friday evening. Friday evening, New Zealand is playing and winning the match. I don't know who will be the opponent of New Zealand. Point number C is completely utilized. Point number A is also completely utilized. Except that I'll be writing the name of the other teams who are playing their consecutive matches. Okay. Point D, Mexico lost its match on Saturday morning. Mexico lost its match on Saturday morning. That means the team who is playing against Mexico is the winner of this match. All right. So Mexico lost its match on Saturday morning. Saturday morning, the opponent of Mexico is the winner of that match. Point D is done. Point E. Australia defeated both North American teams on Tuesday evening and Thursday morning. So Australia played on Tuesday evening. Australia played on Tuesday evening and Thursday morning. All right, fine. And will be the winner of these 2 matches. And who will be the opponent of Australia? Both North American teams. Now, both North American teams, that means USA or Mexico. So, US or Mexico I'm sorry. So USA और Mexico, एक बार इसको दोबारा से लिख देते हैं थोड़ा सा छोटा करके. So opponent of Australia is either US or Mexico. Here either Mexico or US. Done? Fine. So that was point number E. Australia is the winner of these matches. Now we know that Australia win all its matches, right? Now, the next thing that we know is the team who are playing morning matches, they are playing their morning matches on consecutive days, right? So let's start from Australia. Now, Australia one morning match is playing on Thursday. So what will be the next day? Either Wednesday or Friday for Australia to play the morning match, right? So Australia will play the next morning match either on Wednesday or Friday. So tell me on which day, Wednesday or Friday, Australia will play its morning match. कौन सा दिन होगा? Now people are saying Friday, reason being, if Australia has played on Tuesday evening, according to point number 3 here, according to point number 3, the teams playing evening match did not play the next day. So if I have played an evening match, Australia has played Tuesday evening, so Australia cannot play a match on Wednesday. Thursday morning match and hence Friday morning match will be for Australia and will be the winner of that match. Done? Now for Australia, 2 morning matches are over. 1 evening match is over. So what will be the next evening match for Australia? A next evening match for Australia, Monday, Wednesday or Saturday. Monday, Wednesday or Saturday, because Tuesday it is already playing one match, Thursday and Friday it is playing one match. So tell me, out of these 3 days, Monday, Wednesday or Saturday, on which of these evenings Australia play its last match, the 4th match. Now if Australia will play on Monday evening, then it cannot play the entire Tuesday, but it is playing on Tuesday. So Monday evening, not possible. If Australia is playing on Wednesday evening, it cannot play match on Thursday, but it is playing match on Thursday, not possible. So that means Australia has to play not on Monday, Wednesday, but on Saturday, right? So Australia will play its second evening match on Saturday and will definitely win that match. So Australia, 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 4 matches of Australia are done, right? Now, these 2 matches, Friday and Saturday, like Tuesday and Thursday, it has played with North American teams. So I can say that Australia will play the remaining 2 matches with South American team, Brazil and Chile. Okay. So here, the opponent of Australia will be either Brazil or Chile and vice versa, Chile or Brazil. Right? Clear? Great. Now let's see, out of Brazil and Chile, who will be playing with Australia on Friday morning. Now if Brazil plays on Friday morning, then Brazil has to play on Saturday morning because morning matches will be played on consecutive days, right? So since Australia has played morning matches on Thursday, Friday, then another team will play morning matches on Friday and Saturday. So out of Brazil and Chile, which of these teams will play with Australia on Friday? Come on, tell me. Absolutely. Now it cannot be Chile because if Chile plays with Australia on Friday, then Chile has to play with Mexico on Friday, right? And whosoever is the opponent of Mexico on Saturday will be the winner. So that means Chile will be the winner of this match. But Chile lost all its matches. Chile cannot be the winner. So hence, Chile cannot be on Friday and Saturday morning. It has to be Brazil, right? So it has to be Brazil. So I'll write it. and Brazil will be the winner on Saturday morning. Perfect. Now, if Brazil is playing its matches on Friday and Saturday morning, then Chile will be playing its match with Australia on Saturday evening. Done. So Brazil के लिए भी 2 consecutive matches हो चुके हैं. We are done with these 2 consecutive matches of Brazil as well. Right? Fine. Now what next? Where will I move? Now Brazil, 2 morning matches are done. I need 2 more evening matches for Brazil. So Brazil will be playing its evening match on which of the 2 days? Come on, tell me. Brazil will be playing its 2 evening matches on which of these 2 days? बहुत easy है. All right, you're saying Monday and Wednesday. Thursday, one of the students is saying Thursday. Now, if Brazil plays its evening match on Thursday, then Brazil cannot play on Friday. But Brazil is playing on Friday, so it cannot be Thursday. Tuesday, I don't have any space left. So that means Monday and Wednesday it has to be. Okay. So Brazil will play its evening matches on these 2 days. Right? So it will be Monday evening and Wednesday evening. So we have the 2 matches of Brazil as well. Now, for which teams the matches are over? Australia, all 4 matches are done. Brazil, all 4 matches are done. Right? Fine. Now, Mexico is left here. Chile is left and rest other teams are left. Okay. Now, understand how easily we are able to sail through. Okay. How easily we are able to sail through across these matches. We are not putting a lot of efforts and we are finding out these numbers. Okay. Now tell me, where should I go ahead? Mexico. Now Mexico morning match, Mexico here. So Mexico morning matches. Now Thursday, somebody said Thursday it will be US because Mexico has already played its morning matches on Monday and Saturday. So Thursday morning, Australia's opponent cannot be Mexico, it has to be US. This should have been filled earlier and here it has to be Mexico, right? So I'll write US here and Mexico here. Done. Clear? Now if US is playing on Thursday, so US will have to play another morning match on Wednesday because Friday slot is not available, right? And tell me, Mexico is playing on Monday morning and Saturday morning, 2 morning matches. Mexico's evening match is on Tuesday. So on which day the second evening match of Mexico will take place? Second evening match of Mexico. So Mexico cannot be Monday, cannot be Tuesday. Since it is playing on Tuesday evening, it cannot be Wednesday, right? It can be Thursday, it can be Friday. So it can be either of Thursday, Friday, but if it plays on Friday evening, it cannot play a match on Saturday morning. So that means there is only one possibility left for Mexico in the evening, that is on Thursday evening. All right, fine, great, perfect. Now let's move ahead. Now which other teams are left? Now let's talk about which one? Let's talk about New Zealand. Okay, so New Zealand morning matches. So where will New Zealand be placed as far as morning matches are concerned? Also evening matches. So New Zealand, consider that, is playing one evening match on Friday, right? Now, will New Zealand play on Monday, Tuesday or Tuesday, Wednesday? Now, let's say I assume that New Zealand is playing on Tuesday, Wednesday. Assume green color. So, New Zealand, the 2 morning matches on Tuesday, Wednesday, right? Okay. Now, if New Zealand plays on Tuesday, Wednesday, then one evening match that is left for New Zealand, it cannot be on Monday. right? And it also cannot be on Thursday. So there will not be like place for the evening match of New Zealand. So that means New Zealand will have to play on Monday and Tuesday, right? So only possibility for New Zealand to play the morning matches will be Monday, Tuesday, right? Now, which last team is left to play the morning matches? New Zealand is done, Australia is done, Brazil is done. Only I think Chile is left. So Chile is left. So Chile will play both the morning matches on Tuesday and Wednesday. And since Chile has lost all its matches, so New Zealand will be the winner and USA will be the winner of this match, right? Now Chile's one evening match is on Saturday. So Chile's second evening match cannot be on Monday, cannot be on Tuesday, cannot be on Wednesday. It can be on Thursday, but it cannot be on Friday, because if it is on Friday evening, then Chile cannot play any match on Saturday. So Chile's match, evening match, will be on Thursday evening, and Mexico will have to be the winner of that match, right? Okay. Now, which all matches are left? You can easily fill the remaining matches. Okay. Now, about the evening matches, Brazil is done with both the evening matches. Chile is done with both the evening matches. Australia is done with both the evening matches. New Zealand. Now, New Zealand is left with the evening match. So, New Zealand ka evening match, it can only take place on Wednesday evening. So, New Zealand will come here. All right. So, New Zealand is also done. Now, USA is left with the evening matches, and Mexico is done with evening matches. So this will be US and this will be US. Okay. Now all the matches are done, right? And now we cannot find the winner of any other match. That's it. Okay. So that's it. The set is over. Now we are just left with 5 questions. Let's quickly finish up with these 5 questions and move on in this session. Okay. So easy. Yes, I would say that this one was easy. Okay. So question number 1, the results of how many matches can be uniquely determined? How many results can be uniquely determined? So let's move on to the table and find out. If I'll talk about morning matches, yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 morning matches, the results can be determined. About evening matches, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 evening matches. So 5 plus 4, answer should be 9 for this question. Now earlier some of you were saying 10, but 9 is the correct answer. Next question, which team played against New Zealand on Friday evening? Opponent of New Zealand on Friday evening. So Friday evening, opponent of New Zealand is US. So the correct answer is option A, USA. Okay. The third one, have a look at it. Try to answer this. The match between Australia and USA was held on which day? Australia and US. So Australia and US, I can see it on Thursday morning. Okay. So this match happened on Thursday. So option C is the correct answer. Absolutely correct. Question number 4. What was the result of the match between USA and Brazil? Are we able to determine? Let's check it out. USA and Brazil, kahan pe hai? USA and Brazil, Monday evening match, USA Brazil. I don't know who is the winner of this match. So we cannot determine the winner, we cannot determine the result. So option D cannot be determined is the correct answer. And last one, on which day did Brazil play its first evening match? Brazil first evening match हमने देख लिया था. यहाँ पे क्वेश्चन नंबर 4 में यही था. Okay, so question number 4, Brazil का पहला evening match was on Monday. Okay, so the correct answer of this question is Monday. Option A is the correct answer. All right. So that's all. That's all about this set, as well as the time that all of you have spent with me before CAT 2025. That's all, friends, right? So I'll call it a day. Last marathon session tha MBA wala English channel pe, but I will see you for one last time today evening. आज रात को 10 बजे, today evening at 10 p.m. I'll see you once again for a very short period of time wherein we'll be solving one complete set of Venn diagram, and I'll call that set as one of the most important sets that has come in CAT history. All right. So be with me at 10 o'clock on MBA Wala normal channel, right? On MBA Wala YouTube channel. We'll see you again at 10 o'clock. I'll call it a day from my side, but picture abhi baki hai mere dosto. So now you'll get to see the Khalnayak of verbal ability, none other than Vikrant sir, who will take over the stage in the next few minutes. So friends, welcome to Vikrant sir.
हाय देयर। तो मैं देख रहा था चैट में कुछ लोग बोल रहे थे 10 मिनट के ब्रेक के बाद आने को बोल दीजिए, तो तुम 10 मिनट के बाद आराम से आओ, ठीक है। तुम अपना पानी वानी चाय कॉफी जो करना है लेकर के आओ, तब तक चलो एटलीस्ट आई विल गो अहेड एंड टेक सम क्वेश्चंस इन द इंटरिम देन। तब तक अपन थोड़े सवाल ले लेते हैं और किसी का कुछ भी कंसर्न होगा तो उन कंसर्न्स को आंसर दे देंगे इतनी देर में, राइट? सो आराम से अभी सो या दिस इज MBA वाला इंग्लिश मीडियम. सो आई गेस थैंक यू फॉर द रिमाइंडर. We kind of tend to forget at times, you are on both the channels, and the only difference is whether you are allowed to use Hindi or not. So yeah, that is something that we definitely need to be, or I need to be more mindful of. And thank you for the reminder. But in the interim, there were some people who wanted to go on a break, but then they can go ahead and enjoy their break, gather, collect the refreshments, and in the meanwhile, I would love to interact with you and take your questions. So let's see, sir. PDF. I doubt if I can be converted into a PDF, but yeah, this is something that you'll definitely get the PDF for. Shyam Maurya, sir, VA accuracy nahi ho raha. Oh, that's okay. That's not something that we talk about in the last 5 days, yeah. That's something that we do talk extensively about our preparation. So come to think of it, at this juncture, the mindset needs to now move towards strategy. Mindset needs to change towards test taking approach. So everything that is a part of VA, DIL or quant, whatever, every single chapter, sub chapter can be put into one of these 3 categories, right? So there are some areas that you are very comfortable with, and when I say very comfortable with, I'm saying that your accuracy rate in these areas is above 70%. Okay, so let's call these our areas of comfort. Then we have some areas of discomfort where our accuracy rate is, let us say, below 40%. And then we have a lot of in-between areas where your accuracy rate is between 40 to 70. So the idea is, when you go ahead and attempt the exam, you are supposed to focus here. Okay, so focus on these. This is what I want you to take care of. Now, of course, when we prepare, the essence of the preparation is that whatever is here in this particular column, you put in some effort and then shift it to area of comfort. And once you have exhausted these areas, once this column is empty, you can start lifting things from this column and shift. But that's something that we do when we prepare. And how to do that, what all things you need to do, those are questions that we have very extensively addressed in our classes, and quite a few of those things have also been talked about on YouTube. So last 5 days for an area which may require skill or vocabulary, I think that time limit will be unrealistic. So at this juncture, I just want you to focus on these things. Okay, and then we'll check. Akash says I should start teaching quant as well. Man, when I started teaching, that is actually where I started. Okay. Sanya, at this juncture, my suggestion is now that we have 5 days, we cannot really bring about a lot of difference in our skills. So just focus on the ability that you have already acquired and play within that ability now. Okay, and that's obviously going to hopefully help you. Mock scores are demotivating. Why? I mean, see, I think I've said this earlier, I'd say this again. At the end of the day, a score is a score. A score is low, a score is high, a score is never bad or good. It's only when we start attaching these emotions to our scores that these things start happening. So we should not really do that. Okay, so those are the kind of things that we should avoid doing. So let's go ahead and put in some kind of practice together now. Hopefully people who wanted to grab their refreshments etc. must have done that. Abhishek says exam ke dar se neend nahi ho rahi. Okay, so yeah, when you are approaching all these exams, you do feel a bit of pressure. It can translate into feeling anxious, feeling nervous, feeling loss of sleep at times, either loss of appetite or a lot of stress eating, whatever it is. But that's how it happens, yeah. That's normal. That's part of life. Okay. I mean, come to think of it, when you go on a date, you do feel a little nervous, before a first date. This exam probably matters more than that to you, hopefully. So obviously there can be a commensurate issue. So let's go ahead, practice a bit more together and revisit whatever we're doing. And then the truth is, now that we are conducting this session today, the whole idea is, now it is not even about practice. The whole idea is, can we remain available to you? So the thing that at the back of my mind is that if I leave you guys alone, are you be all right? So since I cannot count on that, I'll just go ahead and try to be with you. Okay, so let's start. This time around, we are starting with a passage. And as usual, we are going to attempt it in 2 rounds. Okay, so round 1 where you answer the questions, round 2 where I answer the questions. So let's start and then we'll see. Let me take out a piece of paper so that I can start jotting down your answers eventually. Whoa, seem to have run out of papers. Okay, 5 seconds and I'll switch you to the next slide. So here's the next one. No, Atharv, it is not a PYQ. Not using PYQs today. Otherwise, I mean, a lot of you, I mean, I tried that yesterday, and was it yesterday? A couple of days ago, and most of the people had already done that. So 5 seconds and I'll switch to the next. 3 or 4. Five seconds before I switch. And here comes the last slide. Okay, so time to go to the questions now. So I hope everybody could read it. Here is your question number 1. And I'm ready to jot down your answers. Let's see. I'll just also give you around 90 seconds per question, and that'll tell us how we can, that'll allow us to pace ourselves. Okay, so I've managed to get all the 4 options from the group now. So here comes the next question for you. Do add the question number so that I put your option under the correct heading. My God, we are once again getting all the 4. Or so it seems. So I'm definitely getting A from people. I'm also getting B from people. C. Anyone for D? Oh yes. So Chirag. Noted. All right. So here is the next one. Question number 3. Oh, Aditya, you're sharing the answer of first now. Okay. Let's try and see if you can catch up, huh? So far I've managed to get B, C and D from the group. Barish, history, relatively easy to read. Wait for the second passage, which is going to be a tougher read than this. Yeah. And here comes the last question for you. Arpit, every question will remain on screen for 90 seconds. So after that, I'll move on. Now, ideally, I know that you'd want to move at your own pace, but Barish, you sure? You're looking at the variety that we are getting in the answers? Would you call that easy overall? All right, last 20 seconds. Oh, Aditya, you think the passage was long? Interesting. So, was this a long passage? This passage has, when I design it, I generally keep these numbers in mind. So, this actually had 527 words, which is around the limit that we anyway been getting in the CAT. You know? So, 500 words, give or take 10%. So, was the passage long? Not really. Par for the course, I'd say. So, let's go ahead and start our work together. We'll begin by reading it. So, how and why did the modern world and its unprecedented prosperity begin? So you realize a 16th you live better than a 16th century king. Imagine a 16th century king had no electricity, no computer, no chat GPT. Hell, a lot of them did not even have access to running water, right? And if they fell ill, I mean, look at the kind of treatment systems they had. So we are definitely better off than even a king of 4 centuries ago. So, but how did this unprecedented prosperity begin? Unprecedented is something that was never seen before. So learned tomes are basically thick books, okay? People have written books and books and books on this. So learned tomes by historians, economists, political scientists, other scholars fill many bookshelves with explanations of how and why the process of modern economic growth or the great enrichment exploded in Western Europe in the 18th century. So we at least know where it began and when it began. One of the oldest and most persuasive explanations is the long political fragmentation of Europe. I mean, normally we talk about unity, right? Unity is strength. But here it says, the passage says, or the author says, that the reason for this great enrichment is long political fragmentation of Europe. The fact that Europe was divided into a lot of different countries for a long period of time, that is the reason for this growth. So for centuries, no ruler had ever been able to unite Europe the way the Mongols and the Mings had united China. So it should be emphasized that Europe's success was not the result of any inherent superiority of European, much less Christian culture. It was rather what is known as a classical emergent property. What exactly is an emergent property? So emergent properties are those properties that are not evident in the individual components of a system. It's only when all the different components come together that you see those properties appear. To take a very simple example, you know water. Water has certain properties. The chemical composition of water is H2O. Now, if you look at hydrogen individually or oxygen individually, will you see water? No, it's only when two molecules of hydrogen and one of oxygen merges that you have these properties that appear, and those properties do not belong to any of these single molecules. So, says that it was basically a classical emergent property. So, a lot of those different countries came in together and something new emerged from this. So, a complex and unintended outcome of simpler interactions on the whole. So the modern European economic miracle was the result of contingent institutional outcomes. Contingent is dependent. So in a way, it just reinforces this idea of emergent property. It was neither designed nor planned, but it happened. And once it began, it generated a self-reinforcing dynamic of economic progress that made knowledge-driven growth both possible and sustainable. So we also know that the growth was driven by knowledge. Okay, then how did this work? So how did those emergent properties emerge even though there was no plan? So because there was fragmentation, they were competing against each other, and because they were competing, that growth happened. And this system was called the state system by Eric L. Jones. The costs of European political division into multiple competing states were substantial. So it's not that everything was rosy, that there were only positives. When you have all these different nations, you'd also have a lot of negatives happening there in that competition, and even the negatives were substantial. So what kind of negatives? Warfare, protectionism. Remember protectionism? Tariffs are a form of protectionism. When you try to protect your businesses from the businesses of some other countries, and other coordination failures. Many scholars now believe, however, that in the long run, the benefits of competing states might have been larger than the costs. So benefits outweigh the costs, hopefully. In particular, the existence of multiple competing states encouraged scientific and technological innovation. So the idea that European political fragmentation, despite its evident costs, also brought great benefits enjoys a distinguished lineage. So this idea that has been shared so far, political fragmentation as a reason for their growth, has a distinguished lineage, which basically means that a lot of big people believed in this idea. So what all big people? So in the closing chapter of the history of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, Edward Gibbon wrote, Europe is now divided into 12 powerful though unequal kingdoms. 3 of them he called respectable commonwealths. Now nowadays we use commonwealth for those countries that were at some point of time were ruled by the Britishers or a colony of the British. That commonwealth is essentially a group of countries with the same political or economic aims. So when he say respectable commonwealths, at least some countries got together. Now, the rest, a variety of smaller though independent states. The abuses of tyranny are restrained by the mutual influence of fear and shame. So tyranny is where your society has a dictator with absolute power and he misuses it. So he says that in these countries, the chances of somebody becoming a dictator were low. And why were the chances low? Because they were under the influence of fear and shame. Fear, they are competing against everyone else, and if those countries go ahead and you are anyway fighting those countries, they would eventually start controlling you. And then of course shame. I mean, you want to think of yourself as equal to everyone else around you, and if everyone around is progressive, liberal, not tyrannical, then if you are a tyrant, it will obviously going to be an issue. Gibbon wrote, adding that republics have acquired order and stability. Republics are where you have a rule of law instead of a country which is being governed by the whims and fancies of a king. So a king, whatever a king says is supposed to happen, right, in a monarchy. But then people do not trust that system because it would basically require you to trust the king absolutely. And that is why we prefer republics where you have a rule of law, where you have a constitution. So republics acquired order and stability. Monarchies have imbibed the principles of freedom or at least of moderation. So even those countries where you had monarchies, kings, they were also moderate. So they were not using their powers absolutely, and some sense of honor and justice is introduced to the most effective constitutions by the general manners of the times. So that's the passage, and here is the last part. In other words, the rivalries between the states and their examples to one another also ameliorated. Ameliorate is to improve some of the worst possibilities of political authoritarianism. So tyranny got minimized, political authoritarianism, where a political party rules with absolute authority, even that got minimized. So Gibbon added that in peace, the progress of knowledge in industry is accelerated by the emulation of so many active rivals. So if you're not at war, you look at your competitors and you try to catch up. So the progress of knowledge increases. Other Enlightenment writers, this is a particular era in the history, David Hume, Immanuel Kant, for example, saw it the same way. So one person agreed with that ideology, or with that not ideology, but as agreed with the reason for the acceleration of our society's growth. Then there are more people who agree with it. So from the early 18th century reforms of Russia's Peter the Great to the US panicked technological mobilization in response. So this gives some more examples of how one country looked at its competitor and then the competitor did something. So for instance, USSR launched a spaceship. The US also panicked and they said, now whatever we do, we need to go ahead and launch the spaceship. So more important, perhaps the state system constrained the ability of political and religious authorities to control intellectual innovation. If conservative rulers clamp down on heretical and so basically conservative rulers are rulers who favor the traditions. They do not want sudden abrupt changes. So whenever somebody comes up with a new idea, original, creative, it can lead to sudden abrupt new change. So these guys might call that heresy. Those new ideas as wrong. But if they clamp down on these ideas and call them heretic, then their citizens could just go elsewhere. I mean, you realize that all this passport and visa thing is a fairly recent thing in human history. These things started only after World War I. And that too, do you know the original reason the USSR came up with this? The original reason was to ensure that their people do not go out. It was not to stop people from coming in. It was their way of ensuring that their people do not go out of the country. And from there, you notice within the last 70, 80 years now we have come to a position where people like you and I, even when we want to go study in the US, we have to struggle to get a visa. So all those things, they happen, of course. So that's what the passage is about. So fundamentally, this passage is focusing on this simple idea: what has led to this unprecedented growth in the world, and the reason cited is political fragmentation of 18th century Europe. That's basically what it is, right? So which of the following statements about the positive effects of the state system is the author most likely to endorse? So this is essentially what it is, an inference question. Which of the following the author is most likely to agree? So anything that is consistent with the passage is what we pick up. So first and foremost, let's go ahead and mark them as true, false and can't say. So if I start with A, the states system constrained the ability of political and religious authorities to control new intellectual ideas. Is it true according to the passage? Yes, it is. I think if I were to take you back, here it is. When rivalries between the states emboldened some of the worst possibilities. Emboldened? No, this is false. It reduced the probability of political authoritarianism. It did not increase. It did not embolden. It enfeebled. Then C, due to the state system, European rulers found themselves competing for the best and most productive doctors and artisans. Artisans, yes. Doctors, we don't know. Innovators, yes. The passage talks about innovators and artisans. It does not say doctors and artisans. So this is something that we are not very sure of. D, rivalries between the states induced some sense of honor and justice into most constitutions. So even this is true. So you notice A and D are true, B is false. So let's rule it out. The author obviously won't agree with it. C is can't say because of the doctor. Now that we are left with A and D, let's focus on most likely. So in most likely, you get into comparisons, right? So which one of these two is more relevant to the main idea of the passage? So the main idea is the world witnessed unprecedented, our world has witnessed unprecedented growth. Why is that happened? It happened because of the political fragmentation of Europe in the 18th century. And what did that fragmentation do? That fragmentation led to competition, which in turn led to innovation. Now, there are a lot of other benefits that the competition brought in. One of those benefits was this. But in the larger scheme of this passage, this is closer to the main idea. A is closer to the main idea than D. So in this case, you notice both of them could have been chosen as the answers, but then both of them are true. But then when you can pick up only one, which one would you choose then? You would choose something that is closer to the main idea. So that is going to be more impactful and therefore comparatively more likely. So the author will definitely agree with A and D both, but A, by the virtue of being closer to the main idea, by being the virtue of the core of the entire journey, should be chosen as our answer. So there are times when we come across, and these are rare times, okay? I don't think I have brought in some such question at least in the last 3 months on YouTube. There are times when you have more than one idea which is right, but then you may need to get into those differences here. So मुगल साहब says ए ही तो बोला सबने. मुझे इस ऑप्शन में ना ए बी सी डी चारों ऑप्शंस बोले गए थे जिसमें ए काफी कम बोला गया था. हाँ, तो अब इसमें मैं ये, अगर आपने ए या डी में से कोई चूज किया, आई एम विद यू, बट बी डेफिनेटली नहीं चूज होना चाहिए था बिकॉज इट्स द एग्जैक्ट ऑपोजिट. हाँ, और सी में यहां पे एक इशू था, राइट? तो ऐसे चलता है यार. चलिए नेक्स्ट. What is the main purpose of the passage? So let's see. A talks about modern Europe's great rise and success story. the passage has given Europe's political fragmentation as the reason for Europe's growth or the growth of the world. Let me just take you back. How and why did the modern world and its unprecedented prosperity begin? Are we talking about only Europe? Is it about just Europe? No, it's about the world. To advocate fragmentation as an answer to economic enrichment. So when you advocate something, you say that, hey, use this strategy. For example, if I ask you that, hey, when you are writing the CAT exam, use elimination instead of selection. So I'm advocating the elimination approach. When I tell you that, hey, when you read a passage, just focus on getting an overview out. Don't read it for detail. So I'm advocating that you skim the passage instead of read it thoroughly. Now, is the author advocating fragmentation? Is the author proposing that if the world wants to grow, it must divide itself into smaller states? Has the author gone on to say that? Or is the author saying that, hey, in the past we had this particular scenario and that scenario led to the growth? Is the author saying that we need to now repeat that pattern in order to go ahead and get that growth? No, the author is not saying that. So it is not even an opinion-based passage. So advocate itself will actually be questionable here. Then third, to give reasons for Europe's economic success. Once again, are we giving reasons for Europe's economic success or the world's economic success? And to delineate the and even then we are talking about the past. We are not even talking about the present. How did it begin? That's where we are focused on. To delineate the accidental nature of Europe's rise. So, is this only about Europe? Not really, but then at least if I compare, you realize in comparison, now if I look at it, all the three, A, C and D are all making that same mistake. A is talking about Europe's great rise and success story. Is he describing it or is he also giving you reasons? So, reasons is better than describing. So, that leaves us with C and D. Give reasons for Europe's economic success to delineate the accidental nature of Europe's rise. So, you need to now focus on these two and then think how you can go ahead and eliminate it. So, you notice every question is very carefully designed. So, it's only the second paragraph that talks about accidental nature. Whereas, or the fact that it was an accident. The rest of it actually, the main idea is to give you a reason. The main purpose is to not to tell you that it was accidental. The main purpose is to share reasons, and therefore, I say this should be preferred over accidental nature. So therefore, C. So a lot of people were saying, अब तो D बचा वही answer होगा. भाई नहीं, there are times when that same mistake that you identified can happen in the next option too. So you revisit, you compare. So a lot of people who come back and say, oh, there is no definitive answer in English. See, they are not comparing options. You're not looking for the perfect answer. You are actually looking for the best answer out of the four. And that's where you compare and do it. Pranav, absolutely. That's so. You realize in the first question, I brought two answers which could have been termed right, but we had to choose one. So we looked at which one in that particular case, which was more impactful for the main idea. Here, we are looking at the main purpose. So even here, we started comparing. So there is one paragraph that focuses on accidental nature of the rise, but then overall, the purpose is to tell us how that great economic prosperity of the world began. B, I think B is the easiest one to rule out, Chirag. The author is the author saying that in today's world, if you want to grow, divide countries into smaller states and let them compete. Is that what he's proposing? No. So there you go. Okay. So let's look at the next one. The author claims that the underlying reason for Europe's economic miracle was a synergy between simple and emergent outcomes. Outcomes are not mentioned. The only thing that is mentioned is emergent properties, and even there, simple and emergent, even if it had been properties, simple properties are not mentioned anywhere, so you can rule it out. The state system fostering competition amongst talented people. Is the state system fostering competition among people, or is it fostering competition among countries? Countries, not people. So even this goes. The constitutions limiting the control of religious and political authorities. Yeah, that can be, or that was a reason for their becoming liberal. But then an accidental outcome of simpler interactions. This is something which can be inferred very easily from the passage. Right? So if I look at C, C was one of those outcomes. Right? Let me just look at the messages that you guys are sharing too. So if you look at C, C was an outcome of those emergent properties. It was not a reason. This was itself an outcome. So even this can be ruled out, and we can zero in on D as our answer. And here is the last one. The author is least likely to agree with the view that Europe's economic enrichment was fueled by the fact that, least likely. So Europe had an abundance of intellectuals and artisans. Will the author agree with this? Yeah, I mean, considering the different states competed for these people must have been there. Europe's state system encouraged intellectual innovation. Definitely yes. This is in fact one of the key points. So we can definitely rule that out. Europe planned for economic enrichment. Did Europe plan for it? No, it was an accident. So this is definitely false. Europe had the means for reinforcing knowledge-based growth. Yes. Considering that they did have knowledge-based growth, and the passage actually talks about reinforcement, even this is stated. So between A and C, both of them are uncertain, but C is definitely false, whereas A moves more to the territory of can't say, maybe. So if I have to choose the best answer, I'll go ahead and pick up C. So fortunately in fourth, I think none of us picked up D. Some of us did pick A, but then I think A versus C was the catch. B I felt was easy to eliminate. Anybody who chose B probably forgot to focus on least likely. You perhaps went on to focus on most likely. Okay, chale. So let's get into our next question. Here is the question variety. This is an odd one out for you. You have 2 minutes. Let's go ahead and attempt it. Okay, so here we are, and I think yes, I can go with the majority here. I think a relatively easy part was to link these three. 3, 5 and 1 were getting connected. So these were ruled out and we had to then think of 2 versus 4, which one of these two can go with the other 3. So if I look at 4th, in or around 1939, debates about international political economy changed. So that's the time of the Cold War. So this at least is getting connected. Whereas 2, instead of economy, is specifically focusing on trade wars, plus it is getting into neoliberal globalization, which actually came in very late. Even if you look at 3rd, it talks about liberalism. So you need to have liberalism first, and it's only after liberalism that you can get neoliberalism. So it cannot come before, it has to come after. And if it has to come after, where is that connection for us to reach trade wars and neoliberal globalization? We won't find that. And that is why 2. 4th can be put at the beginning of this triad. So if that is what we had an issue. So if that's what you had an issue with, 4th can at least be put at the beginning. So let's look at the next question. Here you go. Okay, so let's go ahead and check. A lot of you have shared your answers. We are almost at the end of the time limit as well. And most of you are right too. So let's check. Let's read. The answer today, now see, the moment you say the answer today is to ramp up conventional power production, then the obvious question is, it is an answer to what? I mean, where is the question whose answer this is? Is to ramp up conventional power production, supplying the grid by burning fossil fuels, but this is a 20th century solution to a 21st century problem. Okay, then second, when the wind blows, the sun shines and the waves roll, there is abundant green power to be generated. There is a riddle at the heart of the renewable energy revolution, but when skies darken and conditions are calm, what do we do? So if you want to justify this but, you need to put 2 right before it. So wind blows, sun shines, waves roll. You get enough green energy. But when skies darken, so when sun is not shining, conditions are calm, waves are not rolling, wind is not blowing. Now where you get your energy from? So these two combined can be referred to as a riddle. So you have 3 here. So and here is that question, and first can become an answer to this question. So first goes here. So you have 3, 2, 4 and 1 as your answer. I think some of us actually went on to put 2, 3, but then if you put 2, 3, how would you put 4 afterwards? 3 and 4 are not contradictory. So you will not be able to use or justify the use of but. Right? So that's your parajumble. Here is one of those best summary questions. Go ahead and solve this. I'll start the timer and then we'll begin. All right, last 10 seconds to go. And we are between A and D, okay? All right, so if that is the confusion, A versus D, do you have this idea present in the paragraph? Has the radio station give them a collective voice? Collective voice is where all the people now have a platform that raises what they say. That's different. This is an addition. We don't have this. Acha, answer B hona chahiye. Okay, some of us think B can be the answer, but then do you have human rights in the paragraph? I get it that the rest of the option is amazing, but I've just managed to sneak in one expression that can very clearly be termed an addition. Right? And that is why, acha, now Karthik is also confused between C and D. So you remember when we pick up best summaries, we look at distortions? C says, indigenous Panamanians want to promote their culture. Do they want to promote their culture? They want to defend it. So they want to ensure that outsiders do not obliterate their culture. They want their culture to remain. Do they want others to follow their culture? That's not there in the paragraph. That's a distortion. And that is what makes D the right answer choice. D does not really suffer from any distortion or addition. So we need to at times focus on what is being conveyed by the paragraph and the option, compare it, and it's only then that we are able to see whether there is a factual distortion, tone distortion, main idea distortion or not. So kind of got to do that. And here is your sentence placement question. Let's go. Okay, last 30 seconds. So I see 3 versus 4. RK, as far as sentence placement goes, majority of the questions that have appeared in the CAT exam over the course of last 3 years have actually been easy. Barring 2 questions that can be termed tricky, we typically call them easy. So first up, one reminder, this question is a multiple choice question in the CAT exam. So after this, you will see 4 options. Okay, so every option will refer to some blank. They may not refer to the same blank. So for instance, option A can say blank 3. Then you may have blank 1, blank 4, blank 2. So do not blindly go by 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D. There is no perfect fit there. Okay. So in this particular case, most of you have shared blank 3 or blank 4. Between the two, blank 3 is better over blank 4. And the reason is that if you do not put this sentence here, you won't have a reference for this regard. It's not that you can't put it at 4, you can, but then if you don't put it here, you have nothing in the paragraph that corresponds to this regard. The antecedent of this is missing, and that's why it has to be put here over blank 4. Okay, so first and second, since all of you have anyway managed to rule out, I'm not getting into those. And with that, let's get into our next one. So passage 2, let's start reading it and then we'll work. Ten seconds and I take you to the next slide. Sia, I'm glad that you find it easy. Look at the last 3 lines on this slide. Okay, here's next. Ten seconds and we switch over to the next one. Okay, so the last slide. No, Atharv, I'm not using PYQs today. Okay, so 10 seconds and I take you to the questions. Okay, so here is the question for you. So what's your answer to this? Okay, so we're getting C, we're getting D. Anything else? Anything else that we plan to choose? So I forgot to turn on the timer. I'll turn it on for the next question. Let's just wait for some responses until then. Okay, so hopefully most of us have gone through this question. Let me just move over to the next one then. Here you go. And I'll turn on the timer so that I know that it's time for us to move. Okay, Dhruv? Sushri, you can definitely go back to the passage. You can use the seeker of your YouTube video to refer to the passage. I mean, without that, how would you even be able to give the answer anyway, right? So a lot of D's, some B's are trickling in now. Okay, so B or D, mostly D, I guess. Here is the next question. Okay, A as well. All right, I'll just jot it down to my list of answers. Okay, so will it be A, B, C? So I've seen 3 options so far. D as well. $15 seconds to go. Saif, it is DDA? Why would that be? So what's your answer? Okay, so here you go. That's the last question of the passage. And the clock's ticking now. Manish, in that case, share both. I mean, or take a call on one of the two. You know that I don't have negative marking here, right? So we have A, B and C so far. I see that Ankush. Okay, Aishwarya, I'll update it in my mental record. Alright, so let's go ahead and dive into the passage. So when I was studying French in school, my instructor winced as I tried to speak of race. So there is a person, he was learning French, and while speaking in French, he tried to discuss race. So I'd assumed that it was enough to affect a French accent, fake a French accent, race, whatever, but whichever way French guys speak, I wouldn't even know that. While leaving the word unchanged. Race, the professor explained, was a pejorative. So a pejorative is an offensive word. So if you use it, some people may get offended. Why? Because in French, you use it for non-human animals. Imagine you don't even use it for human animals, specifically non-human animals. Instead, I should try the language plus politiquement correct. Politiquement is French for politically. So politically correct, the language of peoples. So instead of using race, use peoples. Peoples refers to citizens of different countries or people belonging to different groups, different distinct groups. Or better yet, I could speak of origins. So the author used race while speaking French. His instructor was unhappy and he said, we don't use race in French. We use, because that's offensive, it's used for animals. We use peoples or better still, origins in place of race. Done? Okay, then that the language of race does not translate easily to metropolitan French does not mean that racism does not exist in France. So the author says that because French does not have a word for race does not mean French people do not have racism. So you notice at the end of the day, what is a word? A word is a sound that you and I produce, and this word carries an image or an idea alongside. It just conveys an image or an idea. So if a society does not have a word for something, word for an idea, then chances are that the society does not even have that idea. Okay, but here the author says, hey, merely because they don't have the word does not mean that they don't have racism. They actually have the idea, they may not have this word. Though the nation resolutely refuses to collect census data on race-only origins, rather the terms of the debate on racism are different. So saying that instead of using the word racism, they use some different kind of terms. So François Vergés's A Feminist Theory of Violence, a decolonial perspective, helps readers sift through the distinctions. So he says that they don't use race, they use some other term, and if you go through this particular book, it will help you see those distinctions. Though its contribution to the Anglophone literature on race and racism is largely a synthetic and bibliographic one. कि मतलब ठीक है, वो distinctions पता चल जाएंगी, हालांकि वो distinctions बड़ी artificial सी हैं. So Anglophone होता है consisting of an English speaking population, especially in a country where 2 or more languages are spoken. So non-native लोग जो अंग्रेजी बोलते हैं, जैसे इंडिया में बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो इंग्लिश बोलते हैं ना, शशि थरूर टाइप, आप उनको एंग्लोफोन, वो अगर कुछ लिखेंगे तो आप उसे एंग्लोफोन लिटरेचर बोल सकते हैं. तो चलिए, ये यहाँ पे रेसेस, अब वो फ्रेंच में वर्ड तो नहीं है बट कोई और वर्ड ये लोग यूज करते हैं और उनमें डिफरेंस समझने के लिए आप इस किताब को पढ़ सकते हैं. हालांकि ये किताब भी मतलब बड़ी आर्टिफिशियल और एकेडमिक सी ही है. Then in her introduction, Verghese explains that her aim is to imagine a post-violent society. Post तो तुम्हें पता है ना, post का मतलब होता है after. So post-violent society. So कैसी society? अब इसके character. So what are the characteristics of such a society? Not a society without conflicts or contradictions. So he's saying post-violent society is not a society where there is no violence. No, it is a society that does not naturalize violence. So when you naturalize something, you make it a native. Remember, all of these countries have naturalized citizens. they moved from some other countries into this country, but now they are treated as, or they are officially considered citizens, so you call them naturalized, right? So it has various meanings. Even a foreign term can be naturalized, right? For instance, I think hi and hello have become naturalized in India. They practically become Indian. Train has practically become Indian, right? It's naturalized. So here, if violence is naturalized, it's basically accepted as a part of the society. So a society that does not naturalize violence, that does not celebrate it, that does not make it the central theme of its narrative of power. So that kind of a society. So violence in Varghese usage is not only the hatred and precaritization directed towards women, poor and racialized people, but also the exhaustion of bodies of the oceans and the earth in quest for profit, the drastic reduction of life expectancy for the most vulnerable. So this entire part gives this author's definition of violence. So violence does not just mean hatred towards these groups or precaritization. You know what precarious is? Precarious is something which is risky, which is dangerous. So precaritization is where you create situations that basically put these entities into a precarious position, risky, dangerous situation. So it's not just mistreating and hating these people, it is also about mistreating the earth. It is also about reducing even the life expectancy of the most vulnerable. I live in Delhi, where the AQI is typically above 400. It reduces our life expectancy. I mean, it's like smoking a pack a day, 10 cigarettes a day. So, according to this author, that will probably be termed as violence. So, though she does not name it as such, Varghese distinguishes violence as an action from structural violence. So, violence as an action is where one person goes out and hits somebody else. But then there is also structural violence, which is where the society creates institutions and bodies that can perpetuate violence. Or you can have social structures and institutions that prevent people from meeting their basic needs or rights. So structural violence it goes beyond physical violence. It's violence that creates inequality, that prevents people from meeting even their basic needs. So she says that physical violence is different from structural violence, but she links the two as mutually reinforcing, that they do go on to support each other. In place of a society constituted by violence, Varghese seeks to imagine a politics of protection based on decolonial and anti-racist feminist analyses. This is the plural of analysis. So she seeks to imagine a politics of protection where there is no violence. Basically, she imagines a society where there is no violence of any kind, and that protection is based on decolonial analysis. So decolonial refers to the process of dismantling the power structures of your colonizers. So for instance, in India, Britishers were our colonizers. We were a colony of the British. So if we want to dismantle the power structure created by the British, if we want to create a situation where we are able to get rid of the Western influence and we are able to bring in the unique perspectives of our own society into governance, we call that the process of decolonialism. Decolonizing, sorry. So it's based on this and anti-racist feminist analysis. So you are against race and you think of men and women as equal, which implies recognizing the need to protect human beings without turning them into victims, weakness, more precise, perhaps because more closely mirrors the language of the Brooks French satire. I think the rest of it is fairly easy. Varghese's opening salvo is a breathless 2-page recounting of the last 50 years of feminist struggle. So the first 2 pages of the book give you the last 50 years of feminist struggle, in which he seeks to disentangle 2 distinctive feminisms. So you think there are 2 different types of feminism movements or feminist movements happening. Which 2? Radical feminism, born of feminist of color, basically people who are black. So there is a radical feminism that has come out of black women organizing that theorizes the entanglement of oppressions. So it says that, yeah, when you are a woman who's a black, you are oppressed. And you're oppressed for multiple reasons, right? You're oppressed because you're a woman, you're oppressed because you are black. So radical feminism talks about it, and then you have a reformist feminism that campaigns for women to enter the army, the world of finance, and so on. So there are people who talk about injustices meted out to women in the past, and there is a movement that talks about changing the society moving forward, and whose interests have converged with the state, labor unions, and political parties. So their interests are aligned with the government, political parties, unions' interests. So within the ambit of this latter feminism, that is reformist feminism, the links between racism and sexism remain marginalized. So they think of race, but they do not link it with gender. So for them, gender and race are different. They don't discuss it. Whereas here, gender and race is being connected more closely. In the 1980s, Burgess writes, a civilization and universalist feminism managed to impose itself internationally. So in the 1980s, there is a new kind of feminism that became widely accepted, minoritizing feminisms of combat. So I don't know what feminism of combat is, frankly, but I'm guessing that it has to do with these oppressions, and nonetheless did not disappear. So onto this scene arrived neoliberalism, privatizing public goods and services, subordinating social welfare to the accumulation of wealth, instrumentalizing that civilizational and universalist feminism. French feminists imposed economic arrangements such as structural adjustments, austerity policies in the governments, third world women to bear the cost. So basically, when neoliberalism came, you had privatization of public goods, and this universal type of feminism became popular. This type of feminism was harmful for the women who belonged to poorer countries. Verghese demonstrates how under the neoliberal regime, ostensibly feminist concerns can lay the foundations for the expansion of violent institutional apparatuses. So it's very ironic. He says under neoliberal regime, even those concerns that you'd perhaps think of as feminist concerns can be used to perpetuate violence. So that's basically our passage. So it belongs to an area that has been asked very frequently in the last 7 years of the CAT. So this talks about sociology, and within sociology too, it focuses more on gender-based inequalities. So very frequently asked topic. Let's get into our questions now. So for question number 9, radical was put in quotes. So your regular definition of radical will not work here. That's why I did not get into that. Okay. So ignore that regular definition. So your answer for 9th was C and D. Everybody ruled out A and B, and rightly so. So I'm ignoring that. The one weakness of reformist feminism was that it converged with radical feminism. Did it converge? Was radical and reformist feminism the same thing? One looked at oppressions of the past, the other looked at what needs to be done in the future. Did they converge? No, they did not. They were very clearly, very distinctly different. So it's on the basis of this that we can rule out C, and D was indeed the correct answer here. Okay, so there you go. Let's now move over to our next question. Here it is. Neoliberalism according to Verghese. So now that we've read the passage, you realize we just need to refer to the last paragraph, because that is where neoliberalism has made an entry. It is not even there elsewhere. So let's start with A. The answers that I got were A, B, D for 10th. Everybody ruled out C, so I'm also ruling this out. So A says gave rise to more violent institutions. Nope. What the paragraph says is that under neoliberal state, even ostensibly feminist concerns could be used to perpetuate violence, to continue violence, give rise to more violent institutions. That too in isolation was not mentioned in the paragraph. You can rule it out. B, it imposed costs on women from developing countries. Absolutely true. Check this. Leaving third world women to bear the costs. So this is true. And D, marginalized women from poor countries, minorities and radicalized communities. Did it marginalize women from poor countries? Did it marginalize minorities? Did it radicalize communities? I mean, where these things are not even mentioned in the last paragraph. So you can rule it out. So B is the only one that can be termed as true on the basis of the information supplied by the passage. D cannot be determined. Okay, then let's look at 11th, where all the 4 options were chosen. So according to Verghese, capitalist modes of protection and the reduction in social welfare imposed costs on French and Western women. I mean, are we talking about capitalist modes of protection anywhere? Did the passage even mention social welfare? No. So that's easy to rule out. Weaknesses among vulnerable people should be considered as a failing. No, this is in fact false according to the passage. Verghese very clearly says that weakness should not be thought of as failing. This contradicts. So how can it be according to Verghese? Verghese in fact goes on to state the exact opposite. So even B gets ruled out. Now we are heading over to C. Neoliberalism did not aid in constructing a violent apparatus. False. Once again, I'm just reading out the line from the passage. Under the neoliberal regime, ostensibly feminist concerns can lay the foundation for the expansion of violent institutional apparatus. So they did not aid. No, neoliberalism was definitely a factor, because it's when you have a neoliberal state that these things can take place. So this is also false as per the passage. Violence aids institutions that favor violence. Absolutely yes. Remember that sentence. Let me just take you back. Let me just take you back, and then we'd hopefully be able to see this. Should be here. This part distinguishes violence as an action from structural violence, but she links the two as mutually reinforcing. So violence goes on to support or reinforce structural violence. Structural violence goes on to support violence. So there is this reinforcement that is happening there. So that is the line. On the basis of this, we can call D true, and that is why D is our answer. And then here is the last one. From the passage, which of the following measures is Verghese likely to endorse? So basically an inference question for you, right? So D was not chosen by anybody, so I'm ruling that out. Let's look at ABC. From the passage, which of the following measures is Verghese likely to endorse? A radical relook at women, minority and racial groups. Is that what she wants? A radical relook? No. She just wants to have a post-violence society where people are not oppressed, where the environment and the natural resources are not exploited. So you can rule this out. Countries which would disband their armies. Was there any discussion about countries disbanding their armies? No. A social security net for the most vulnerable groups of people. Yeah, support everybody. That's something that is still consistent with the passage. And therefore, this is going to be our answer to question number 12. So there we go. Right? So the last 2 slides of the 3 were actually challenging. Maybe you can pick those up and read them again. And if you come across any term that you do not know, look it up. If you come across a sentence that you do not understand, maybe put your feet on the table, spend some time with it and understand. Okay. So that's what I had brought for you. So that takes care of my leg of this marathon. And now you're going to be followed by Surana sir. And I want to leave you with this message. Keep going. No matter what happens, whether you are getting the questions right or wrong, whatever it is, that's a fact, right? You attempted a question, you got it wrong, that's a fact. You've been working with Gaurav sir and now you've had this session, you're tired, and that's a fact. But then keep going. There are just 5 more days, and if you persist, I'm sure things are definitely going to work in your favor. So in case you and I do not meet before the CAT, all the best. And otherwise, I hope to be online here and there in the group, on the channel, so that we can continue to interact. So I'll stop here. Now you can go ahead, go over to Surana sir and talk to him. सिया वो पहले आकर के क्वेश्चंस लेते रहेंगे, आप आराम से थोड़े टाइम के बाद आ जाइएगा. ओके
Hello gang, what's up? How are you all doing? How's the vibe, guys? Huh? I know a lot of you have already started asking for a break. I've been seeing you since the session has started, right? At 3 when Gaurav sir started, and then when Vikrant sir took over. I know you guys are a little exhausted. So we're going to bring this entire marathon down a notch, right? We're going to relax, we're going to take a deep breath, and then we're going to do just 2 very simple, very beautiful sets, which are clearly doable. The whole purpose behind this session, these 2 sets is just to build your confidence. Okay, so we are doing some very doable sets from scheduling, and like I said, the purpose behind this entire these two sets is to build your confidence. Yeah, because what happens is as you get closer to the test, even the doable ones or moderate ones start looking complicated. So I just want to, take it down one step, small, like a little shift in the gear, so that we can relax and go at a cruise speed. Okay, are you guys ready? Yeah. Just 2 very, very pretty, very cute 2 sets. Both are from scheduling. Both are doable. Yes. And I'll give you time to solve. Okay. I'll give you ample amount of time to solve, so that you can, if you even want to go take a coffee break and come back, go use the washroom, freshen up and come back, you can still do that. Cool? Yeah. I know. It's been happening since morning, right? Yeah. Since 11 o'clock, I think you started off with a power pack session on quant from Rahul sir on the other channel, and then here you have gone through DILR with Gaurav sir, Vikrant sir's RC and VA, and then I just come to sum everything up and give you 2 very cute sets that will purely build your confidence. Okay, so I know that normally what happens when you give mocks, right? This is what you usually see. Sometimes really low, sometimes high, sometimes stagnant. It's okay. It's okay. I know that you've put up so much of efforts for so long, such a long time. And I just want to see that efforts, bring that fruit that you deserve, right? The result that you deserve. Cool? Yeah? Isn't that something that you guys asked for? See, yeah, with the last mile, right? The last stretch, you have to give in everything that you have. So that's what we're trying to do. I think tomorrow would be the last set of marathons that we're doing, so that we can also give you some time to go through some of the older marathons, or to revise, or to relax, all of that. Okay? Cool? I know, right? Just Vineet sir and Juhi ma'am were missing. I think the entire MBA team has taken a session today. All right, shall we begin? Let's go. So 2 sets, very doable, very decent. Yes, just to build your confidence. Here it is. See how cute. Starts of here, ends of here, very little number of conditions. Yes, not too complex of an intro, very beautiful set. Take your time, I'll give you some time to do it. How much time do you think you will need? Shall I give you 10 minutes? 10 minutes to take a little bit of break if you want. Go have some water, drink a bit of coffee or something. Come back, read this, understand this, start solving it, and then answer the questions. What do you say, guys? Parish, I wouldn't recommend you to do only PYQs. Do PYQs, for sure do PYQs, but don't put that word only. The word sirf is going to put up a lot of constraints when you're solving, right? So don't do that when you're preparing, don't do that. 10 minutes on the clock, let's go, folks. I've put up 10 minutes. I'm going to bring this guy here so that it doesn't disturb you during the solving process. Take your time, read this, understand. If there's anything you don't understand, please do ask me, okay? Yeah, Iru, consider this as break come solving time, okay? Because I don't want you to drop the tempo, right? At so long you've been putting in all of your efforts. I don't want you to suddenly drop that tempo. Yeah, go for it, folks. Highly doable set. If you come across something like this in your cat, you should thank you should thank all the gods. Let's go. Best way to revise previous sets. See, jobs, please understand, DILR you cannot revise anything because there are no concepts or set of formulas or something that you can sit and revise. What you can do is maybe come up with topics that you're not very comfortable with and you want a little bit of more confidence boost, and then maybe do some sets from those, okay? Right, Barish. Yeah, I saw that, but that one was, I think, was a little, the one that Gaurav sir took was a little bit games based, where you are figuring out the fixtures. Yeah. Yes, Dhruv. Yes, very simple table. Yes, very simple table. I know, I saw that, Sia. Correct, Iru, correct. Perfect, man. Perfect, Dhruv. Yes. You want to see the questions, Sushri? Here are the questions. 4 questions. Just like the set is cute, the questions are even cuter. Let's go, Aditya. Let's go. You can munch something on the side, Abhay, if you want. If you want to eat something on the side, I don't mind. As long as I don't know what you're eating, I won't feel sad about it. So go ahead. Hi, Ved. Let's go Hari Om then. I think you'd be able to do it quicker. Go for it. No, Ritik. No. There are no traps. See, like I said, I want to build your confidence in this, right? Today's session is all about building your confidence. So I do not have any traps per se. Okay. You want to go back to the data? Okay. Let's go. Not a proper bay. Are you sure, Mayank? Yeah, obviously you can't judge a set by its looks. It might look very doable, very easy, but it might be a complicated one generally. No, but today I have made sure that both the sets that I bring would be very doable. Yeah, go for it, folks. Sure, man, Atharv. Let's go. Perfect, Hariom. Yes. I wouldn't call it Sudoku per se. But yeah, I think any condition based, constraint based puzzle is close to Sudoku, right? So this is on the same lines of that. Yeah, Alfina. Simple language, nothing complicated, no hidden information, all upfront. Very easy set. Go for it, folks. Don't worry if you think you've seen this before, you've done this before, you've done a similar set before. At this stage, based on all the practice and mocks and marathons that you've done, I think any set that you will come across will seem like familiar one, seem like you've done it just yesterday, just 2 days ago. That's DILR for you. Easy, yeah. Lemon squeezy, yes, Karthik. Yes, Iru, yeah. It's one of the best tools that you can use to improve your constraint based solving, be it number based solving, number based puzzles, or even general puzzles or distribution or missing data. By solving puzzles like Sudoku or Ken or nonograms on a regular basis, they'll indirectly build that confidence, and that's what we want. Right, Sia. Dhruv, yeah, then let's go. Then you have an opportunity to come across a different set then. If you don't remember it, that means you've not done it. That's it. You want to see the questions? Let's go. Yes, Athar. Yes. I wouldn't call it calculative, but maybe you would have to do a little bit of trial and error. Maybe. That's a big maybe. Ah, Aditya, definitely. And I think that's one of the traps that they set when they give you the set. It might seem like there's only little data, so you can always work with it, read it very quickly. That's where they hide a lot of traps. But this is not one of those. Trust me on that, okay? I know I normally push you into traps, but this time I'm not going to do that. Okay, if you guys are answering it, please answer all the 4 questions in a single chat. Put comma 1 ABCD, comma 2 whatever is your answer, comma 3 ABCD, comma 4 whatever is your answer. Yeah. Don't send it in different chats. Go back to the data, Ayush. Okay. And I don't know if you noticed, there are a lot of direct clues also. So not a lot of it is put up to you. Yeah, if you can identify the direct conditions, start off with them, things would become so much more easy. Very good, Dhruv. Superb. If you want, you can type up all the 4 answers. Question 1, question 2, question 3, question 4, and then send it, just like Hariom did. Yeah. Pradeep, Might want to check the second question. Hariom's answers are right. Aditya, you might want to check the second and the third one. Perfect, Atharv. Abhishek, by eye flu, I think you mean conjunctivitis. Yeah, don't worry, man. I don't think it will last that long. You still have around 4-5 days. It will settle down. And if you want, you can wear glasses also. If you think that's going to cause you some discomfort, you can wear some glasses and come. And when they ask for it, at the center, when they ask you for it, you can show it to them also that this is the reason why you're wearing those glasses. Yeah, don't worry about it. Shall we begin then? Yeah, let's go. So, tell me honestly, wasn't this a cute set? I don't think the word cute justifies this set. It is so cute. Alright, let's go. Let's read this, okay? In a coaching institute, there are 4 professors, A, B, C, D, and they conduct quantitative aptitude classes, okay? So there are 4 professors. These classes are scheduled in 2 slots, morning and evening, across all 7 days of the week from Monday to Sunday. So what do we have? 2 slots, all 7 days. That means on a total there are 14 classes. But we have only 4 professors, okay? There are 14 classes and there are 4 professors. The first thing that we have to do is what? Split these 14 classes among these 4 professors, yeah? How many classes would A take? How many would B take? How many would C take? How many would D take? The moment you identify that, things become a little more organized, okay? Perfect. The following conditions apply to the schedules, and we have the conditions here. We're going to look at the conditions in a while, but I think overview we've understood, yeah? So we have which day, starting from Monday all the way till Sunday. Then we have maybe morning slot. Then we have the evening slot. That way we'll be able to easily identify all the 14 classes we can put up here, and then we can place the professor as we move along. Works? Perfecto. Okay, let's have a look at the questions. In how many ways can the 4 professors take classes within a particular week? Now, every time they ask this question, it could be a little tricky because they are asking in how many ways. Yeah. It could mean that there's exactly one way which tells us that there is a perfect way, or there could be more than one way of scheduling them. So if you get A or B, if you get 2 cases or 3 cases or 4 cases or any number of cases, that could mean that there are multiple cases, okay? So first question is a little shaky for us because it's telling it's either a complete bay or multiple bays, okay? Second question, what is the number of classes taken by Professor A in the week? I think this question we can pick up right from here itself. If we can figure out these 14 classes split among these 4 professors, second question we can directly do it. We can call it kind of a half brownie. Who took Monday evening class? The question is definite. Who took the class on Monday evening, right? But the problem is the options. Professor C, okay. Professor D, okay. But either Professor A or D, either Professor D or C. So red flag options we have, be very careful. Okay, red flag options we have, be very careful. Let's move on. If the amount charged per class by Professor A and C is 2,500 and 2,700 respectively, then what is the total amount received by them during a particular week? Now, what is this? This is just an extension of the second question, wouldn't you agree? If I can find out how many classes Professor A and Professor C takes, Professor A, number of classes we find out, we can find out how much money they are making. Same way for C also. So this is also kind of a half brownie. If we can figure this one out, we can maybe give a shot at this. Works? So out of the 4 questions, the 2 theta questions, are half brownies and the other 2 MCQ questions are very shaky. Yeah. So we still can't make a complete guess whether we'll get a complete bay or multiple cases. Yes. Complete bay or multiple cases, we can't say that. But if I can figure out how many classes each of the professors takes, that can bring us somewhere. Works? Cool. Yeah. Options are proper full mast red flags. Yeah. Okay. This isn't cute. Come on, Pihu. This is the cutest set that we've seen in a while. Okay, let's so this is how our table is going to look like. We have a day starting from Monday to Sunday, and then again Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, blah 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 blah, and then you have morning and evening slots. Works very simple way here. And we have what? We have 14 classes. Okay, 14 classes split among 4. 1, 2, 3 and 4, right? Split among 4 professors. Yeah. So I need some conditions to work on it, right? I need some conditions to figure out what should be the split up. So I'll just quickly skim through the conditions. The first one says no professor is allowed to take classes for 3 consecutive days. So nobody can take 3 consecutive days. They can do 2 days and then a gap, 2 days and then a gap, 2 days and then a gap, and so on and so forth. Okay. So 3 consecutive days cannot happen. Now the trick here is you have to understand when they say 3 consecutive days, understand one thing, that they are not talking about just that 1 week, not just that 1 week from Monday to Sunday. They're saying across all 7 days of the week. That means when they start from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the 8th day is again Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. This is a cycle. Yeah, please understand that. Okay. So when they say 3 consecutive days is not allowed, what is not allowed? I cannot have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I cannot have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I cannot have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I cannot have Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I cannot have Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yes. But I also cannot have Sunday, Monday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I can't do. Getting this? Saturday, Sunday, Monday is also 3 consecutive days, because they are not talking about just that 1 week. It's one of the weeks in the month, right? So Saturday, Sunday, Monday is also not allowed. Same way, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday is also not allowed. I hope that's clear. So any 3 consecutive days cannot happen. Cool? That's very important, because a lot of times what we do is when we see it like this, we think that okay, see, Saturday, Sunday. So let's say Professor A takes here, Professor A takes here, and Professor A can also take here. That's not allowed. Okay. Cool. Next. No professor can take classes in the same slot, morning or evening, on 2 consecutive days. That means if someone takes it on the morning, say A takes Monday morning, he cannot take Tuesday morning. He can take it on Tuesday, but not Tuesday morning. He'll have to take Tuesday evening only, if at all he's taking. Cool? Perfect. Next. No professor is permitted to teach in both slots, morning and evening, on the same day. Very good. Same day, not allowed. Same day, same professor taking, not allowed. Okay. So these are the 3 conditions. The other 4 conditions we have, the one condition out of the 4 that we should focus on is this one. Professor B and C each conduct the same number of classes throughout the week. Perfect. Professor B and C conduct the same number of classes throughout the week. That means what? 2 of them, Professor B, Professor C, the values will be equal. So 2 values should definitely be equal. Getting this? These 2 values should definitely be equal. The third one could be equal, could not be equal, but that's secondary. Clear? What else do we have? For each professor, look at this carefully. For each professor, the number of morning slots matches the number of evening slots. That means any professor, say Professor X for example, Professor X cannot take 1 class in total or cannot take 3 classes in total. Why? If he is taking 3 classes in total, for example, then it could be that 2 of them are morning, 1 is evening, or 1 is morning, 2 is evening. Is that allowed, guys? No. Very good. Yes. That means the total number of classes per professor should be even numbers. Yeah. So this thing I have cracked, that each of these numbers are going to be even, out of which at least 2 of them should be the same. At least 2 of them's got to be the same. Okay. Anything else that we can pick up? So far this is all we have. So let's see if we can come up with some possibilities. How much is possible? So I do 14 divided by 4, that's 4 point something, right? That means the average is around 4. If I can start with 4, say, if this x is 4, 4 and 4 is 8, 4 and 4 is 8, 14 minus 8 is 6. So 6 I need to split. It would be either 4 and 2 or 2 and 4, doesn't matter. So one possibility is this 4 comma 4 comma 4 comma 2. Yeah, where this is B and C. B and C should be equal. This would be B and C. Works for me. 4 works for me. Can I do 6 classes? Can I do 6 classes? If 2 of them are taking 6, if 2 of them are taking 6, out of 14, 12 classes are gone. I only have 2 more classes. To split it among them, I can't do 1 and 1. 1 and 1 allowed. Odd number of classes per professor allowed? Not allowed. 6 is not possible. That means I can't go beyond that. Can I go lower than that? What happens if I go lower than that? Say, if, for example, if I go 2 and 2. So out of 14, I'm done with 4. Out of 14, I'm done with 4. Remaining is 10. The other 10, I can split it any way I want, correct? I can go 2 and 8. I can go 4 and 6. Yeah, then 6 and 4, 8 and 2. So, technically, I have these many cases. Works for me? Yeah, 1, 2, 3 cases. Now, what I have to see is it possible for anyone to take 8 classes? Will it be possible for anyone to take 8 classes? Yeah, think about this. So, I'll try to make the maximum out of it, okay? So, if I say 8 classes, for example, for A, just as an example I'm saying. So, if this is A, this can be A. Wednesday has got to be a leave because 2 consecutive days are gone. Third consecutive day, not possible. Thursday, if he takes morning, evening, 2 more, 4. Another leave, and here. So what is happening here? I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 classes. Any more than 5, is it possible? No, even 5 is not possible. Why? Because when I do 5, what do I see? I see a class on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. That's again consecutive. Yes, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, again consecutive. So even 5 is not possible. The best I can make out of it is 4. Would you agree? Yeah, the best out of it that we can make is 4. Cannot go beyond that, right? Cannot go beyond that. So if 4 is the maximum we can do, we can't do beyond 4. That means 8, would it be possible? Nope. 6, would it be possible? Nope. So I have my answer here, where I know that this is B and C. Now, either this is A, this is D, or this is D, this is A. Works for us? Cool, guys. So the moment we have a big number like 8 or 6, we just simply put it here because we now know all the constraints. We just simply put it here and check if it's possible or not. The maximum possible we could go was 4. Beyond 4 was a difficulty for us. Cool? Done? So it is 4, 4, 4 and 2, and I know that B and C are definitely 4. A is the troublesome thing. Now the problem here is I could have stopped here. Out of 4, if I can answer 2 questions from a set and then move on, still possible for me. But this is also asking for A, which means it would either be 2 or 4. Here also I have been asked about A, which means it could be either 2 or 4. So not really helpful for me, but I can at least, let's say if I were not able to solve this set at all, I can make a guess. It's either 2 or 4 or 0, because 0 means cannot be determined. And in the other case, I can do the calculation, because for C, I know it is 4 classes. Right? C, I know for a fact that it is 4 classes. C definitely takes 4 classes. So I can do C's calculation as 2700 into 4. Now with A's calculation, it's either 2 into 2500 or 4 into 2500. Again, 2 values would come up. Yeah, so if you were to leave the set, this is how you would guess and then leave it. Okay, works? Perfect. But we are not going to do that, of course, because this is a doable set and then we have a lot of confidence on this. Okay, all right. So what is it that we know for sure? For A, B, C and D, I know that B and C are definitely 4 classes. A could either be 4 and D being 2, or D could be 4 and A being, okay? Works? Now what do? We jump to the second set of the conditions where we have the direct conditions and then put them and see what happens. Okay. To start off here, Professor A takes the class on Tuesday morning. Tuesday morning is A. And Wednesday evening is A. So now I know that Monday can't be A, Thursday can't be A. Monday and Thursday cannot be A. So how many days am I left with? I'm left with Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Correct? I am left with Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 3 days. Can I make it 4? Can A have 4 classes? Highly possible. A can still have 4 classes. And A can also finish off with 2 classes. We're not really sure about that at this stage. But okay, chalo, this is done. Professor B and C each conduct the same number of classes throughout the week, which we have already put it here. For each professor, the number of morning slots and evening slots match. That also we've made sure that all the numbers are even. Professor D is assigned the Wednesday morning. So Wednesday morning is Professor D. And Friday evening slots. So Friday evening is also Professor D. So if it's Wednesday and Friday, imagine Wednesday and Friday, that means Thursday cannot be D also. Yeah, so Thursday cannot be A, cannot be D also, correct? Because if he's taking Wednesday and Friday, Thursday cannot be D. A is taking Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday cannot be A. Works? So we know that it's either this is B, this is C, this is C, this is B, okay? So Friday evening slots, while Professor B is assigned the Sunday evening and Monday morning. Sunday evening is Professor B and Monday morning is Professor B. Works for us? Cool, everybody? Done? So we have all the conditions now. There's nothing else left for us to place here from this point of view. Now this is either B or C. B's got 4 classes. B has to have 4 classes. Now I have to start doing some trial and error. Now I'll need some trial and error to do this, right? So where can I start off with? What can I start off with, guys? Tell me. Till here we know everything. Till here we know everything. B is done with 2 classes. B needs 2 more. D is done with 2 classes. D could either need 2 more or could need no more. A is done with 2 more. So this is either 2 more or 0 more. This is either 0 more or 2 more. So we still have 4, all the 4 classes left for C. That means, can we start off with that? Can we start off with that? C has to have 4 classes. Now we can start placing C's classes. Are you ready? So let's do a trial and error. Let's see if I can start with Monday evening. Okay. So if this is C, can this be C? 2 consecutive days, same evening slot. Possible? No. Where is it? No professor can take classes in the same slot on 2 consecutive days. So if this is C, this can't be C. I'll maybe start with this being C and see where it takes me, okay? If this is C, I can't place C here. I can't place C here. I'll need to place C somewhere here. I want to place C here. I want to place C here, so I'll place C here then, yeah? So C and C done. I cannot do C here. C cannot come here. That means C would be here, correct? Does this make sense? Yes, guys? So I do Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday I can't do C, Sunday again I can do C. Would it work for me? Morning classes of C are equal to evening classes of C. This also satisfies. Yes. And yeah, I think this pretty much sums it up. Yeah. So this seems to be working for us. Yes or no? Seems to be working for us. Nothing wrong so far. So once we have this, now we can, so C for now, C is done. So can I play around with B now? Because I know B has exactly 2 more to be placed. B is taking Sunday, B is taking Monday, B cannot take Tuesday, this can't be B, this cannot be B, this cannot be A, this cannot be C also because Sunday, Monday and Tuesday not possible. A, B, C not possible, that means this would be D, but can this be D? Seems like it. D, D and then a gap, again D, no problem for it. Yeah. So according to this arrangement, since I have 3 sessions for D already, that means D will have 4, A will have 2. I need to check if this makes sense for me or not. Okay, I'll have to check if this makes sense for me or not. Cool? Cool, folks? So we need one more D, right? We need one more D. Where can I do it? D, this can't be D. This can't be D. Here D is possible. Saturday D is possible. Saturday here D is not possible. That means this would be D. So I have D 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 Ds are done technically. Okay. 2 A's are done. No more A's I can place. I can't place any more A. B 1, 2 are done. I need 2 more B's. So where do I have slots? Here and here. But if I place B here and B here, what's the problem? What's the problem? B and B are consecutive. Correct? B and B are consecutive on the same evening. B and B also is on Monday. So where is the trouble? Where is the trouble? Us starting with the C, correct? This being a C was the trouble starter for us. That means this blue case that we tried is incorrect. Yeah, this blue case that we tried is incorrect. So we'll just change it now. Instead of Monday evening, we'll go Tuesday evening being C. Yes? If Tuesday evening is C, can we try this now? If this is C, there's no scope for C here. I want to make sure, that if D is here, I want C to be taking a class on Friday. If C takes it here, then C would take here. Or if C is taking here, C cannot take here. But I need exactly 4 for C. Okay. So let's see if I can do this mistake again. This being C, this being C. Both of these being C, I know the problem will still take me to the same place because B will occur. B and B are here. This place will again take me to B. That means this can't be C. Or automatically this can't be C. So I'll try placing C here. Works for me? Yes. If we place C here and here, we already saw the outcome. We already saw the future and came back. If C is here, C is here, C is here, then B and B will repeat themselves. We don't want that to happen. Works for us? Cool, everybody? Yeah. So we say C is here, C is here. Okay. So I've already done with 2 C's. I need 2 more C's to be placed. I can't place C here. I can place C here, but I won't be able to place it here. So can I say this is C and this is C? Say yes, guys. So am I done with 4 C's? 1, 2, 3, 4, hala Madrid. Okay, 4 C's are done. So I am done with 4 C's. I don't have to worry about C's anymore. Next, I can look at B because I know I need 2 more B's. This can't be B. Can this be B? Highly possible. This can be B. It can't be A. It can't be D. It can't be C. It can't be A. It can't be D. It can't be C also. So this has got to be B only. One more B is gone. One more B to go. If this is B, can this be B? Of course, yes, this can be B. Can this be B? If this is B, this is B, this is B, not possible. So this has got to be the other. So do I have 4 B's now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, all the 4 B's are also done. Yes. Perfect. Very good. What else is left now? Now I have to fight again between A and D, right? A and D. So let's see. I have 2 A's. I have 2 D's so far. I need to place either 2 more A's or 2 more D's. Okay. Can this be A? Can this be A? Nothing stopping us from this being A. Can this be D, guys? If this is A, this is A. If this is D, this is D, correct? Can this be D? No. Why? Because D, I have it here. Why can't this be D? This can be D, yeah? Can we try with that? Let's see. If this is D and this is D, what's wrong? Anything wrong here if this is D and this is D? I would have Friday, Saturday, no D anywhere here, no D anywhere here. Anything wrong? Nothing wrong. Let's see if I can do with that with A. What happens if this is A? Can this be A? No. A. So this is D. We have the right one. That means D has got to be 4. A has got to be 2 only. Perfect. Works, everybody? Yeah. And this is the only possibility. This being D, we have our bay. Is there any second possibility, third possibility, fourth possibility? No, nada, nothing. Cool. We have our final bay. Was this a difficult one? Initially, not really, but as we went ahead, slowly, some complications started occurring, but that did not stop us from answering it. And we have the final one. A doing 2, B doing 4, C doing 4, D doing 4. Works? Perfecto? Perfect. Let's go then. We have our bay, we have our questions. We need 4 on 4 right. We can get it now. In how many ways can the 4 professors take classes within a particular week? Uno, just one. Only one way to do that, not more than that. Yeah, only one way to do. We had multiple cases. Where did we have multiple cases? We had multiple cases here. We struck them off. Later with A and B, B and A and D, we had multiple cases. We struck that off. With among B, C and D also we had multiple cases. We struck those also off. So there's only one way to make the schedule and we have that. Okay, perfect. What is the number of classes taken by A in the week? Yes, half brownie. The moment we figured out A cannot do 4, we have the answer for this already. A can do exactly 2 classes, which is Tuesday evening and Wednesday, Tuesday morning and Wednesday evening. Works? Perfect. Next, who took Monday evening class? Monday evening is one and only Professor D. It's not either C or D, it's not either A or D, it's only D. Works? Easy peasy lemon squeezy, yeah? Perfect, folks. And for the final question, now this one is an extension question. The moment we identified that A takes 2 classes and C takes 4 classes, we've already answered this. How? A charges 2,500 per class and C charges 2,700 per class. So this is 5,000. This is 5,400, 10,800. So I need to add this, which is 158,000. 15,800 is my answer. Simple. Mind blowing, guys. Very good. Very good. So check your answers on 4. Tell me how many you got right. How many on 4 you got right? Come on. Now, Ankush, not 158, 158 followed by 2 zeros, because they are not asking in thousands how much is it. No. If they ask in thousands or in hundreds how much is it, then you would do that. Otherwise, you won't. Okay. 4 on 4. Beautiful. Beautiful. Very good. 4 on 4. Perfecto. Mind blowing, guys. 3 on 4. Okay. 3 on 4 is not bad, but please check what went wrong. Okay. Perfect. Easy. Yeah. Tell me how much of your confidence is boosted. Let's say I'm going to assume you were at a 0%, for example, or current before doing the set. You tell me, where is your confidence now? Is it at a 20 or maybe a 50 or an 80, or is your confidence right now at 100? 50%, really good. 200%, okay, Naman. That's a lot. That's a lot of confidence. Right, Ankush. Maybe in the chat it's okay, but please don't do short form there, okay? Infinity is a lot, man. Infinity is a lot. Around 70%, 60, 70, 50. Yeah, anything more than 50 is good news for us, man. Anything beyond 50 is a good news for us. Okay. Are you game for another set? Let's do one more. What do you say, guys? We'll do one more? Yeah? No problem. Dream crew. Konjam boosted, eh, Ritik? Nice. Are you guys ready? Are you guys game? This one is not as easy, but it's not very difficult also. So what we did in the previous case, right? Something similar we have to do here. You have to check at the possibilities and then keep removing them. That's all. Elimination is the king here. I'll just give you a quick hint. Elimination is the king. You focus on elimination, you'll be able to solve this set in a jiffy. Let's go. I'll put up the timer again. I think 10 minutes is perfect, yeah? Anything more than 10 is just a lot. Let's see if you can do this one. Let's go, guys. last set of the day. I mean, at least this session. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, sure. Why not? Highly doable set. Highly doable set. Vamos, Alfina. Yeah, so this one was a part of ASCAT. Yes. Hey, Ritik, man. You want me to endorse, you want me to promote guesswork? Come on, man. I don't think that would be a very good idea. Yes, AK. Tomorrow would be the last. Tomorrow, Rahul sir and I will be going on the other main channel. Yeah. Tomorrow, I think around 2 p.m. There is a table. There is a table. You wanna see the table? Right. You have to set the faculties. Yes. So the table is already given, guys. A partial table is already given. A partial table is already given. Okay. It's on the other slide. Without this, it's impossible because you don't have anything. You don't have any condition saying that, for example, Gaurav Gupta sir is taking Venn diagram at 4 p.m. or something like that, right? None of that is given. No slot, no timing, nothing is given. So only if you read and understand this, you would find out that it's a missing table, missing data kind of a thing. Yeah, Aryan, you didn't ask, beta. No, 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 Shyam. So timetable is given to you, but the timetable is partial. For example, the 9 to 11 slot for batch X is completely unknown. Batch Y, we only know the topic, but we don't know the faculty. Batch Z, we know the faculty, but we don't know the topic. Same way, 11 to 1 p.m. slot, there are cells that are missing. 2 to 4 cells are missing. 4 to 6 cells are missing. Everywhere, if you notice, 2 cells are given and the rest of it is missing. Okay. Correct, Atharv. Yeah. Let's go, gang. You see the questions? Yeah, let's go. Sushri, there are two VKs. There are two VKs. Vineet Kankaria is also VK, and Vikrant Kathuria is also VK. This problem we are having on a regular basis. When making schedules for your classes, we have this confusion every time. Virat Kohli is also VK. Yes, Abhishek. It'll be real cool if he's a part of our team, but still. We have someone better, two people better. Yeah, Shyam, because I'm here na, in front of you. Go to the first slide. Are you done looking at the questions? Let's go. Okay, first slide. Done solving it away, Ohit? Nice, Aditya, correct. Doable, I told you initially itself, both of these are doable. Today I got exactly two sets, both of them are doable. The idea behind both of these sets are to simply boost your confidence. That DILR is not that complicated. Guys, type FIN, F-I-N, if you're done solving it and are done with the questions also. F-I-N, FIN, quick. Not fine, but okay, works for me. Done? Beautiful, yeah, nice, nice. Perfect, perfect. Right in time. See, 10 minutes for a set like this, including solving the questions. Beautiful, beautiful. You guys are getting anxious, you guys are getting worked up, worried for nothing. This was a good set, right? This was not a very easy set also. This was a moderate level set, something that, yeah, thank you. Something that you might want to come again into the set or maybe solve it if you have the right amount of time and mental space, right? Then why are you getting so worked up? You look at some mocks are intentionally kept difficult because we also want you to experience what CAT 23 people went through, yes, during the DILR section. But most of it is going to be between CAT 23 and CAT 24 only. So don't worry about it, okay? Don't get super worked up on this, that only in a particular mock I got very low scores, or what do I do? I'm feeling very anxious. I'm feeling very nervous, scared. Should I take the test or not? Should I maybe try next year? Why? Don't. Yeah? Tia Fin is just finished, man. Okay, let's go. So special workshop, Coaching Institute, September 22, 2025. Don't care about it. Only thing we need is 3 batches, X, Y and Z, 5 faculties, each specializing in a unique topic area, and here we have the key information. The thing is, if you read this condition carefully, you will realize that each topic there would be 2 faculties. For example, if you look at algebra, you will find that algebra is not just taken by 𝐁𝐀𝐄𝐒 but also taken by Rahul Batla. Repeat algebra twice. No other faculty is taking algebra. Same way, if you look at geometry, geometry here is also there, and we also have geometry here. Next, if you look at number system is here also and here also. Next, if you look at Venn diagrams are here also and here as well. Next, if you look at DI charts are here also and here also. That means any topic can be taken by 2 faculties. Yes, any topic can be taken by 2 faculties. So if you want, you can arrange them by faculties or by topics also, as long as you are comfortable with it. Okay? Yeah? Perfect. Saying in each batch, 5 different sessions were scheduled on 5 different topics with 5 different faculty, with 1 faculty per session. This might seem like an irrelevant, unnecessary condition, but there's a lot of information here. They're saying what? 5 different sessions, that means 5 different time slots, perfect. 5 different topics. So within a batch, a topic cannot repeat. For example, if geometry is already taken, I don't know who's taking it, but if geometry is already taken, nowhere will geometry repeat for batch X. Batch X cannot have geometry again, because geometry is already taken. Are you getting this, right? Geometry is already taken, it can't repeat. Same way, 5 different faculty also. That means if a particular faculty, Gaurav Gupta sir is already here, that means Gaurav Gupta sir cannot take another session for the same batch. Works? Yeah. Along with that, what else is told to us? No faculty handles sessions in more than 1 batch at the same time. That means the same faculty. So let's say Parth Gagde, if this name is here, this name cannot come here again or anywhere during that particular time slot for any batch, because this particular teacher is occupied here. Getting it? Yeah. Each faculty member taught only their own area of expertise. I think this goes without saying. If these are their area of expertise, we can't expect them to teach something else. Works for us. No session across the batches had the same topic at the same time. We already saw this, right? Same topic at the same time is also not allowed. So for example, if geometry is being taken at 6:30 to 8:30 in batch X, geometry cannot be here, geometry cannot be here. Yeah. Isn't this very similar to Sudoku? Very similar to Sudoku. Only thing is, you are not just arranging one column, you are arranging 2 columns. You are arranging 2 different factors. You are arranging the teacher also and the topic also. Yeah, but very much like Sudoku. Cannot repeat here. A particular name cannot repeat here. A particular name cannot repeat here. Same way, a particular topic cannot repeat here. A particular topic cannot repeat. Sudoku? Yes? Yeah? Perfect. Alright. So let's begin then. All the questions for how many sessions can both the faculty and the topic be determined uniquely. This is a little shaky for us, because they're saying maybe out of the 5 sessions, only 4 you can find out. The 5th one is not sure. Maybe 3 you can find out, 2 are not sure. 2 you can find out, 3 are not sure. Or maybe you can find out all 5 of them. So this one is putting us in a trouble, that are we getting a complete bay or are we getting an incomplete one? But apart from that, all the other questions are definite. Definite. But the options. Rahul Batla is here also. Parth is here also. Getting this? We have repetition. You have to be very careful. Just because you found out one faculty, don't jump for that answer choice, because there's repetition in the options. So options, I think in all the 3 questions are red flag. Otherwise, the questions are definite. Clear? Sure, Sia. No problem, beta. Cool, works for us. Yeah. Can we begin then? Yeah. What did I say? What should be the key for the set? Elimination. the moment you can eliminate things, like this is done, this is done, this is done, eliminate this from this row, eliminate this from this column, we are golden there. Yeah. So what I have done is I have written it in terms of the faculty. So I have made sure that Vikrant is VIK and Vineet is VIN. Everything else is RB, PG, GG. We are golden there. Okay. So topics are here. Be very careful. There's repetition there. So what do you notice now? Since all, for example, if I focus on batch X, all 5 teachers will come once. Correct? All 5 teachers will come once. Yeah. That means Vic will come here or here or here. RB would come here or here or here. Win would come here or here or here, like that. Correct? That's the understanding. Now we know that. So out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1 and 2 are done. That means 3, 4, 5 you need to place in different cases and try it out. What can we say for sure? What can we say for sure? If we look at, say, RB, if you look at RB, can RB take here? No, that means this is either Vic or Win. Correct? This is either Vic or Win. Can RB take here? Does RB take geometry? No, RB does not take geometry. RB takes algebra and number system only. So RB taking geometry is possible? No. RB taking a class in the 3rd slot is possible? No. That means what? RB has to be the first faculty here. And what topic? It's either algebra or number system. Algebra can be taken, number system can be taken, so that I'm not very sure of. This could be algebra or number system. This could be anything, this could be anything. Here, Win also takes geometry, Vic also takes geometry. Geometry is taken by both Win and Vic. So Win Vic could be here, Win Vic could be here. We don't know that for sure. But this is a very good start for us. Works? Perfect, guys. Any confusion here? Yes or no? Any confusion so far, folks? Clear? Perfecto. All right. So nothing else I can work around for this stage at least. Let me try batch Y. What about batch Y, folks? Or where do I have more information? Seems like I have more information in batch Z. Maybe I can start with batch Z. Okay. So batch Z, I need 3 faculties. I need to place RB, PG and GG. Can this be RB? This can't be RB because RB is already taking and RB does not take Venn diagrams. Between RB and GG, who's taking Venn diagrams? Both are taking Venn diagrams. So this could be any one of the two. This could be GG or PG. I don't know that for sure. How about this? How about this? Number system is either taken by PG or RB. So this could be PG or RB. This could be PG or RB. I am telling you how to do this. Okay, this could be PG or RB. This can't be GG. Yeah, can this be GG? No. Why? GG is already taking it here. That means this could also be PG or RB. So the only place left for GG is here. So can I say this has got to be GG? Say yes if you got this. This has got to be GG, yeah. PG also takes number systems. RB also takes number systems. So this is shaky for us. We'll leave this here. We know that for sure this is GG, yeah. Works. And in this case, we are done with 1 slot. This is completely done. Now with these 2 teachers, right, Win and Vic, let's see. Algebra, geometry can come. DI charts, geometry can come. So this could either be algebra or geometry or DI charts or geometry. Shaky again. Yeah. Works. So if I look at only batch Z, for example, I know that GG is already taking Venn diagrams. If GG is already taking Venn diagrams, who else is taking Venn diagrams? PG is taking Venn diagrams. PG will have to take number system. Why? Because GG is already taking Venn diagrams. PG can't take Venn diagrams again. So wherever PG is taking, he will be taking number system. Number system will be taken by who? One and only PG. And now that I am done with all the 4 faculties, the 1 faculty left is RB will be here. And can RB take number system now? No, because number system is taken by PG. That means RB will be taking algebra. Works? Yeah. Algebra is done. That means can Vic take algebra? No, Vic will be taking geometry. So Vic will be taking geometry. And if geometry is also done, that means Win cannot take geometry. Win will take DI charge. Perfect for us. That's Z completely done. So you understood how we eliminated the ones. The ones that are already done, we kept eliminating them. That's the idea here. Cool, guys? Any doubts so far? Perfect. Can we try the same with batch Y now? Let's do the same with batch Y, yeah? Let's do the same with batch Y. So we can see that Venn diagrams is being taken in the beginning. Yeah, Venn diagrams in the beginning. Venn diagrams is GG or PG. This could be GG, this could be PG, anything could work for us. We don't know. Next we have RB. RB is taking either algebra or number system. Algebra or number system scope is there, can be taken. Then I have geometry. Geometry is taken by either Vic or Win. Where is geometry here? This could be Vic or Win. This also seems like a doable thing. Could be Vic or Win. Yeah. It doesn't seem like anything is fitting here. Yes. So let's target the faculties now. What do I know? I know that RB is already taken a class here. RB is already taken a class here. RB is already taken a class here. So technically RB is done. Right? 1, 2, 3. There's only 3 classes that RB can take. One in batch X, one in batch Y, one in batch Z. That is done. Works for us? So we are kind of done placing RB. Next, let's look at PG. PG is done here. PG is done here. There's got to be one PG somewhere in batch Y, correct? There's got to be one PG somewhere in batch Y. Can PG take Venn diagrams? It's possible. This could be PG. Yes. Can PG take here? No, PG can't come here. PG can't come here. Does PG take geometry? No. Can this be PG? No. So where's the only place where PG can come? PG cannot come here because PG is already taking it here. PG cannot come here because RB is taking it here. PG cannot come here because PG does not take geometry. PG cannot come here because PG is already taken here. Only spot for PG is here. Again, the same story repeats. If PG is doing Venn diagrams, that means the other Venn diagrams, where is it? Here. GG cannot do Venn diagrams. Yeah, GG cannot do Venn diagrams. That means GG will be doing DI charts. Wherever GG comes, he'll be doing DI charts. Wherever GG comes, DI charts. That means Win cannot take DI charts. Win will be doing geometry. Geometry, this is Win. Works? Yes or no, guys? Yeah, perfect. Same way geometry is done. That means algebra. Vic will be doing algebra. Vic algebra possible, possible. Vic algebra possible, not possible. Vic is already here. Vic cannot be here. This has got to be Vic and algebra. Yeah, that means now algebra is also done. So RB's got to take number system only. RB will take number system only. Who's left now? Who's left? GG with DI charts. Yeah, over. GG, DI charts. Batch Y sorted. Everybody, cool? So I have PG taking Venn diagrams, GG taking DI, I have Rahul, RB taking NS, Win taking Geo, Vic taking algebra. Cool? Perfect? Perfect. I've got only one batch left, which I can, I think, finish it off like that. So by elimination, it becomes so much more simple, so much more simple. So now look at RB. RB can take either algebra or number system, both could work here. PG, okay, we have 2 teachers left, which would be who? GG and, no, not GG. Vic can Win. Vic cannot come here, it's got to be Win. Yeah, Vic and Win were missing. This is Win, this is Vic. Also, Vic is taking geometry. If Vic is taking geometry, who else cannot take geometry? Win cannot take geometry. That means Win will be taking DI. Sorry, the other way around. Win is taking geometry. Win is taking geometry. So Vic cannot take geometry. Vic will be taking algebra. Who else takes algebra? RB takes algebra but cannot. So RB will be taking number system here. Who else takes number system? PG takes number system, not possible. He'll be taking Venn diagrams here. Who else takes Venn diagrams? GG cannot take Venn diagrams. GG will be doing DI chart. Now, quickly go through this entire thing. Quickly go through this entire thing and see if there's any duplication with the teachers or the subjects. RB, no repetition here. RB, PG, VK, VIC, done. NS, BD, DI, done. PG, GG, VK, done. BD, DI, GO, done. VIC, RB, GG, done. Algebra, NS, VD, done. GG, Win, RB, done. DI, GO, algebra, done. Win, VIC, PG, done. Geometry, algebra, number system, done. Check column wise also if there's any repetition. Any name repeated? No. Any topic repeated? No. Any name repeated? No. Any topic repeated? No. Any name repeated? No. Any topic repeated? No. So, do we have any other possibility for this? Is there any cell that is incomplete? Any missing data? Or are we getting two cases? Case 1, this is happening. Case 2, something else. Nope. Nope. Perfect bay. Perfect bay. Perfect bay. Perfecto. Yes. Cool, folks. Correct, Alfina. Yes. Use elimination because you know these are the only possibilities. If one is true, the other will be false. Work on that. Binary logic. Done. Let's go for the questions. Let's turn out the let's capitalize on this. Out of 5 sessions, how many sessions can both the faculty and topic be determined uniquely? Can be determined, not cannot be determined, can be determined. All 5. Yeah, all 5 is possible. Cool. Shyam. You can come across a similar set. Only thing is the base will still be the same. They'll try to build something else on it. So what happens normally is we see all of that. We saw that here. The intro was not that complicated. Only way to complicate this is they'll put up a lot of unnecessary information that we don't need. Like the information that's already given to us in table, they'll give here. That there are 5 slots, 2 hour each, but there is a break at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. there's a lunch break. Then 6 p.m. to 6:30 there's a tea break. They'll give something like that to only complicate you what can be given in a table directly. Okay? Which faculty members teach number system and Venn diagram? Batch X. Batch X number system is RB. Wherever I don't see RB in the first case, respectively they are asking RB in the first place, I'll eliminate that. No RB, it could be one of these two. And then I need VD. VD is PG. PG is option A. Done. Works. Perfect. Are you sure though, Ankush? How? Who were the faculty members teaching geometry number system in batch Z? Geometry, VIC, number system, PG. VIC and PG we need, not Win, not VIC and RB, VIC and PG, option C. Geometry, number system, batch Z. VIC, done. Somebody still saying A, please check. Option C, yeah? Perfect. Which subjects are taught to batch X by Win and VIC respectively? Batch X, VIC, algebra, Win, geometry. So I'm looking at algebra and geometry in that order. Could be a trap. Be very careful about this word respectively. Very specific that VIC must be taking algebra and VIC is the second name. Algebra, Win, oh no, correct one. Correct. B is the right answer. I was overthinking it. B, not D. Anyone saying D? You did the same mistake I did. I looked at this first and this first. It's this first and this. Vineet and then Vikrant. Vineet is geometry and algebra. Geometry and algebra is correct. False alarm. Done? Cool. I've just added one more question to it. Just one more question. I did not show it then. Try this. Easy again. Easy. Bonus question. Sorry. Yeah. Aryan, my bad. Which faculty members take the second last and last for batch Y respectively? Batch Y, second last is Win, last is Vic. So first Win and then Vic. Vic and Win, or Win and GG, Vic and GG. Be very careful. Here there's a trap now. Here we have a trap. Why? First, second last is Win and then Vic. This is Win and then this is Vic. But this thing says Vic can win. Trap. I think I reacted a little early. The trap that I was trying to place here is actually here. A is a trap. The answer will be option D. Because it's Win first and then Vic. Not Vic first and Win. Okay? Win and then Vic. Not this. Works? Yeah. Anyone who said option A? Anyone who said option A? Small trap. And you would not even know. A trap like this, you will not even realize that you made a mistake. You would have selected it, moved on to the next set. Yes, completed the entire DILR section, moved on to quant, completed the entire quant section, come back home, relax, chill, and then suddenly see people whispering. Did you notice that trap in the second set? Last question. Then you suddenly start sweating. Yeah, slowly you start sweating. Profusely you start sweating. Then when the response sheet comes and then you become all angry. Yeah. Perfect, folks. Perfect. Yeah. With this, we are done with today's session. Yeah, this is my Telegram group. If you've not joined it yet, I'll be sharing the notes here today. And tomorrow, 2 p.m. because you guys had asked for it, a lot of you had asked for it. So we'll be doing math-based puzzles, which we see very frequently tested, highly tested. Yes, very important topic, math-based puzzles, because we see this very frequently. Doing one last time. Yeah. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. on the other channel, the main channel, okay? MBA Wallah, not English. Just plain old MBA Wallah channel. Works? Cool? Perfect, guys. So, I think this session had helped you boost your confidence a little. That's all I wanted with these two sets. They've served their purpose perfectly. Your confidence, tell me now, is at what stage? With first set, it was around 50%. Some of you all said 60, 70. How about now? What's your confidence level, folks? What's your confidence level? Confidence is a rocket now, goes to the space. Nice, man, Aditya. $90 is good. 90 is good. 80 is good. Infinite is a lot. It's undefined, you know that, right? So 90 is good. 80 is good. 10,000 is a lot, man, Alok. Don't know if it's 10,000 or 100,000. Anything beyond 80 is good, man. And rest assured, there will be at least one set. If it's not directly this easy, indirectly it will be this easy. Because they want you to attempt it. They want you to answer. Okay? So don't panic when you come across any set that you think is not doable. try doing it. If you still feel no, I don't find any, intersection with this particular set, no common interest with this set, jump off to the other one, but you will come across at least one set that looks like this one. That's a little complicated at first, but then it becomes a smooth sailing after that. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. A roast in English. Ah, man. Doesn't feel the same. Perfect, folks. All right. Yeah, Nadruf. We completed entire data interpretation in one go. Yeah, that was cool. Okay, then. I'll see you tomorrow then. Yeah, I know you will have another session in another 3 hours. I think Gaurav sir is taking one on the main channel. And tomorrow I'll be going along with Rahul sir. Okay. Okay then, folks. Bye. Bye, everybody. Cheers, everyone. Tata.